We're live.
Good evening, everyone. I'm calling this meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board to order. Today we are November 24th, 2020, and this is our 13th virtual meeting. Melissa, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Chair Rios,
Here.
Vice Chair Katz,
Here.
Member Beachside.
She's trying to get on.
Thank you. Member Bienvenue,
Yes, here.
Member Guida,
Here.
Member Larson,
Excused.
Member Roybal.
Excused.
Madam Chair, there is a quorum present.
Thank you very much. Board members or staff, are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Madam Chair.
I would move to approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. That was John Benvenu,
John.
seconded. And I will remind you, board members, the maker of the motion and the seconder, please state your name before you make a motion or second it. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Roll call vote, please. Melissa? Uh-oh, Melissa. Melissa, have we lost you? Unmute.
She doesn't look muted. I'm worried she's having connection problems.
Okay, let's see. Melissa? Obviously, we need Melissa. We need the stenographer because she's got to take the minutes. Oh, there she is. Melissa.
Melissa, I think you might need to change your audio settings to go down to where it says mute and then click the audio, the little arrow next to the audio, and then choose your microphone where it says select microphone and try that.
No, we could hear you a moment ago. Weird.
Maybe she might have to just disconnect and reconnect. Sally, can you do the roll call?
I don't actually have everybody's names in front of me, but I can follow them on the screen. We already did the roll call. Oh, for the voting to approve the minutes. Did anybody already?
Agenda.
The agenda.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, I don't even know where we're at. It looks like she's coming back on. She's gonna do a better job than me trying to dive in the middle.
There's Jennifer.
Jennifer's here. Melissa, I see that you've joined again.
Yeah.
We able to hear you now? All right. Yeah, I can call the roll on the motion by Katz, Bienvenue second, to approve the agenda. Chair Rios?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
And Member Beachside?
Yes.
So the agenda is approved unanimously by a roll call vote.
Thank you. We have minutes of October the 27th, 2020. Any changes to any of these minutes, board members? Let me see if I see any hands. I don't see any hands. I have a couple, so do you want me to give them to you?
Well, I mean, we're going to have a recording of this on YouTube that Melissa will be able to access.
Maybe you can just send them to Melissa and she can enter them as changes from the chair.
I could do that. And do you want me to indicate them out loud, Attorney Paez?
I think we should follow our normal process, and since this board typically does go through and highlight them.
Okay,
Nicole, were
I
you prepared to
agree with
share
you.
those, or do you want me to pull them up?
Either way, I guess you can, they've been pulling them up.
Yeah, we have been, and I don't have them up now, but I can get them up fast.
Okay. Yeah, faster than me, I'm sure.
Okay, my first change is on page 16. I'll wait for you, Sally.
Okay. The minutes are here. Okay.
Okay, so on page 16, I'm going to go ahead, and it's the fourth paragraph down. Should read as follows. Chair Rios said, "It appears the board is moving in the direction to approve this application with the exception of the design railing, and that can return to the board." The
Okay.
next one is on page 17, and that's under questions for staff. The third paragraph down, the word do changed to did not rather than do not.
Charios, that one came through with an echo. We're having a lot of technical tonight. Could you please repeat that one?
Okay, this is under questions for staff, and it's the third paragraph down that starts with Chair Rios referred to the 1985 photograph. On the second line, that do should be did not.
Did not have high walls.
Exactly. And that's all
Okay.
that I have. And it appears no other board members have changes. As usual, Melissa did a great job. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as just amended?
Bienvenue moves to approve as amended.
Beachside seconds.
Roll call vote, Sally?
Can we see if Melissa's back?
Yes, can you
Let's-
hear me now?
Oh,
Yes.
yes, yeah.
Welcome
okay,
back.
Good.
Thank you. I'm actually on my phone now, so let's see how this goes. So
Okay.
member Beachside, member Beachside,
Yes.
member Bienvenue,
Yes.
member Guida,
Abstain?
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Well,
very-
it hasn't, Sally, how many do we need?
We need 4.
For,
Okay, so-
and,
So Chair
I
Rios.
vote yes.
Okay, thank you. The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Under findings of fact and conclusions of law, we have 3. Board members or staff, are there any changes to any of these? It appears there are no changes. I do not see any hands. Roll call vote, please, Melissa.
Oh, motion. Bienvenue moves to approve as submitted.
Okay,
Beachside
Yes,
seconds.
And Beachside seconded. Thank you, Member Benvenu.
okay.
Roll
Me-
call
me-
vote.
Yeah, member Beachside,
Yes.
member Bienvenue,
Yes.
member Guida,
Abstain?
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has, Chair Rios,
Yes,
the motion has been approved.
thank you very much. Do we have any matters from the public at this time? Let me see if I see any hands.
If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand. Here's that everybody's using a computer. I see Charios, Mr. Eric Enfield would like to
Right.
speak.
Eric, good evening. Under matters from the public, I see that you have your hand raised. You have the floor.
All I wanted to do was wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving in this strange time and tell everyone that looks like we're all okay. And I'm glad to see the board. It's been a while.
Oh, thank you, Eric. Same to you.
Lower hand.
Okay, thanks a whole lot.
Thanks.
Okay, any staff communications? Sally or Daniel or Angela
Madam Chair,
or
I
Nicole.
understand that the land use department has submitted to HR the position for manager, but it's not actually posted yet. So hopefully when we speak in 2 weeks, I can report that that position has formally posted and we'll be recruiting a new manager for the division.
Okay, excellent. And ladies and gentlemen, excuse me for like a little second. We will move on to the cases. And the first case this evening, and before we move on to the cases, I do have to tell you, anyone, if you disagree with the decision that this board renders this evening, you do have the option to appeal. Or you can always resubmit, right? But if you appeal to the city council, and that's after the findings and conclusions have been adopted. You have 15 days after that, after they've been approved.
Chair, may I just add one additional clarification, since we're in the holiday season and we'll be missing one of our upcoming meetings. If for some reason a case's written findings and conclusions are not approved by the 35th day after today's hearing, that will start the 15-day appeal period. So if anybody has any questions about the appeal period, reach out to your case manager and they'll make sure that I'm in the loop. But I just wanted to add that extra clarification. We're aiming to get everything out at the next hearing, but just in case.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Attorney Paez. So we are going to move to the first case this evening, which is Angela's case, and it's 2020-002810. This is located at 586 Camino de Montesol, and this is a contributing home. Angela, may we hear your report, please?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Sorry, my dog is stepping in for me right now. Just now is upset. I hope that he will stop. Okay. So 586 Camino del Monte Sol is a contributing residential structure located in the downtown and east side historic district.
Excuse me for interrupting you, Angela. We're losing we're losing you. You were waning. So if you can speak loudly so we can hear.
Okay. I'm going to start. I'm going to start over.
Yeah, please do.
586 Camino del Monte Sol is a contributing residential structure in the downtown and east side historic district. It is Spanish Pueblo revival style, single family home with flat roof, simple parapet, and concealed lintels. A non-contributing guest house is located southwest of the main house. The guest house has an attached carport at one time, which was demolished at an unknown date. The house was the home of Fremont Ellis, a Santa Fe painter, printmaker, teacher, and founder of the Santa Fe group known as Los Cinco Pintores, the Five Painters. Will Schuster was his next door neighbor. And I have noted that the Historic Districts Review survey sheet did not make it into your packet, and I regret that, but I wanted to note that if you're looking for it, it's not there. I'm happy to email it after the fact if someone would like that. The applicant proposes to construct a 576 square foot, 14 feet by 4 inches high freestanding garage where the maximum allowable height is 15 feet. The garage will be located to the southwest of the main house. That's the driveway leading into where the garage is proposed to the right after the gate. The proposed garage will match the Spanish Pueblo revival style of the main house. The garage door will be 19 feet wide by 9 inches tall with decorative wood panels and exposed wood lintels on its south facade. The windows and the door will have exposed wood lintels. The north elevation will have a wooden 3 feet by 4 feet double casement window with true divided lights painted Danube blue to match existing house, the main house. The wood doors and lintels will be stained antique walnut to match the existing courtyard gate. The stucco will match the main house and yard walls, which is El Rey buckskin, and the garage door will be stain grade cedar fencing. I need to correct myself. The garage door will be 19 feet by 9 feet tall, not 9 inches. That would be a very small, squat garage. The applicant also proposes to add a 6 feet tall coyote fence where the maximum allowable height is 6 feet. The Latias will have staggered tops to create a new parking space for the existing guest house. The new fence will tie into the existing coyote fence that separates the driveway from the yard. Staff recommends approval of the proposal and finds that the application complies with the downtown and east side historic standards. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Angela. Would you describe the public visibility of this project, if any?
There's very little. If we could go back to the photographs, Nicole, or I'm not sure who, the beginning. Okay, so that was the first photograph. That's the driveway to the left in that photograph, the opening there. You can see barely there is a vehicular gate on the right, or excuse me, the left side there.
Mhm.
And if we can go to the next slide, I included this even though the colors are different. That's the front of the house. It fronts out Camino de Montesol. And what you just saw is to the, it's actually to the south of that. So that's the house. It's a very complex structure. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the vehicular gate is open, but this is the driveway into the property. The garage is proposed for the right side, and it will be barely visible beyond those trees, and that's why it's here before the board, because when you're standing out in the street, you could see a little bit of the roof line as proposed.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Angela. And
Madam Chair, may I
yes,
just confirm, I believe the applicant on this is represented by Mr. Enfield, but I just wanted to make sure. Is that the right person, Angela?
Yes.
I need to try to remember to move folks over at the start of the hearing, so I apologize for the interruption. He's
okay, no
here.
problem. Thank you. Member Guida, you have a question for Angela?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Angela, is this a flat site or is there topography to the yard?
There's major topography. In fact, if you can go back to that picture, please, Nicole, of the driveway leading in the previous. So as you walk, thank you, that one. If you walk down the driveway, up, down, and you turn to the right where the garage is proposed, it drops down significantly, like a bowl, actually.
Uh-huh.
And that is the condition there that they are dealing with.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
thank you for that description. That was a good question. Board members, do you have any other questions for Angela at this time? It appears not. Now, Mr. Enfield, are you ready to discuss the project with us? And if so, Melissa, would you swear Mr. Enfield?
Yes. Mr. Enfield, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
And I don't know if Eric is there. I don't.
Am I here now?
Yeah, we can
Oh,
hear you now.
yes. Now we
Yes,
hear.
I do. I do.
Thank you. Then please state your name and address for the record.
Eric Enfield, 612 Old Santa Fe Trail.
Well, hi, Eric. Do you have anything further to tell us about this project?
Well, I just wanted to point out that photograph that Angela was showing, do you see the big pine tree?
Yes.
You see where it says on my plan, on the floor plan, existing tree to remain?
If you can bring that up.
Actually, it's on my site plan too, I believe. But anyway, it shows where that tree location is, and you can see we're beyond that tree, and we're actually offset towards the interior of that tree. You know, towards the inside of the property with that tree. I also want to point out that I think this has gone to the board before, and a garage was previously approved in this exact location, but it was years ago, and I'm not sure it was included in your packet. I think Vahid, do you remember Vahid? I think he presented a garage that got approved in the same location. It's actually the only physical spot that you could put a garage, and you can see that on the site plan, there's the historic wall that continues, and we're not touching that. And we're actually tying into some newer coyote fence that was going across. And then we picked the coyote back up at the guest parking area. There is some area of drop there. But that area of drop is actually a constructed area with rock walls that are aligned there. I doubt you got inside the courtyard. Did you?
No.
Yeah. So there is a drop off there, but it's built up with stone walls, etc. It's an altered area that's landscaped, etc. We're going into it a touch, but not much. I'm hoping to keep the foundations up at the driveway level. But we tried to capture some of the character defining features of the house because it's called out as the east elevation, but it's actually the northeast elevation. And that northeast elevation looks back at the flagstone patio area in the main house. So you can see we've mimicked they basically plastered over the majority of the header and just left these slivers. Not the best detail, but the clients wanted to match the detail facing the house. And that's why you see it's called the east, but the northeast elevation. And then if you go down to the bottom of the page, you can see the northwest elevation also shares that same window detail. And then what happens is they have some kind of splaying and thickened kind of offsets. And that's what we're mimicking up to the height of the header of the garage, which is that fur out. It actually shows around the corners on the proposed floor plan.
Eric, let me interrupt you for just a moment. Nicole or whoever is doing that, would you kindly put up the elevations, please? Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting. Eric, go ahead.
So the two elevations, what's called the east elevations, which is actually northeast, and what's called the north elevation, which is actually northwest, those are visible from the house. And so we matched some of the detailing of the windows and divided lights of the house. And also the door is a 6-panel door that's similar to the house with the 4 bigger panels at the bottom and the 2 smaller panels at the top. We also did a cedar chevron pattern on the front of the garage door. It's just an applied 1x cedar. And then you can see on the sides, we've got that little bit of kind of splay and detail on it that matches some of the corners of the house. I think it's going to look good there. I do think it's a freestanding, so I don't think there's going to be any question that it was added at a later date to the house because it doesn't touch the house. It's actually on one side, it's about almost 20 feet from the house. And on the other side, facing Camino del Monte Sol, it's probably 40 feet from the house. So it's fairly far from the house. The one thing this house doesn't have is a garage, and I didn't realize until Angela mentioned it, there was actually a carport on the guest house that was removed, but it was probably when they did the landscaping and development of the area. It's actually not draining anything. It's just a closed area that kind of drops down towards the house and then comes back up to the decks. But I think we can get this structure in fairly easy. The new flagstone walkway actually ties into an existing walkway that's on the inside of the existing stucco wall that was used to kind of walk around the property. So that portion of the flagstone ties into an existing walkway that's there. I tried to incorporate it into the main house and the grounds without affecting the grounds and the nature of the grounds. There's a lot of greenery between the flagstone patio and the garage, but we still wanted to match the detail and do nice true divided windows and make it look like a nice structure instead of just a box garage.
Well, thank you, Eric, for your explanation. Let's see if any board members have questions. Questions, board members, for Mr. Enfield? Member Benvenue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just maybe a question to Angela, actually. In looking at the elevations that are in the packet, they seem slightly different than the ones that you were just showing. The east elevation, the door is definitely different. And then the splaying that the applicant was describing is different on the south and west elevations.
Thank you.
Am I right?
For Bienvenue. They should match. However, I believe that the slides are taken from the, I don't believe they were revised very much, but a second set was submitted to me and those got into the packet they're on the slides here.
Okay. So the application is what's on the screen is the more accurate version.
I want to actually confirm that with Eric, but I think that's the case.
That's
Eric.
true. Those match what my submittal paperwork shows in front of me right now. Except
Okay.
the only thing I wanted to clarify, board member Vigneault, is that it's a northeast elevation, not an east elevation. It's a northwest elevation, not a true west. And it's a southeast elevation, not a true south. And it's a southwest, not a true west. But that's just me looking at it and going, well, they're kind of northwest, northeast, Anyway, but that is what we've presented, and those represent my package that's presented right now, those same elevations. So I've got my package that was submitted, and the elevations match.
And just
Okay,
to add
thanks.
to that, this came about because I received this when I had questions about the garage door as well as some stains and finishes. So the garage door is depicted here with the chevron pattern, and whereas before it wasn't. So I'm making sure that the correct set of drawings are in the file and document.
Thank you. Anything further, Member Benvenue? And that was a
That's
good
all. Thank you.
observation. Thank you very much. Member Guida. Member Guida, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Eric, this is very nice garage, nice detailing. Can you explain how you're measuring the height from adjacent grade? We know this is not, the site has significant topo, but it's drawn as being on a flat site. Can you describe those conditions and how you're doing your calculation, especially since we're so close to the height limit?
Well, honestly, right now, where as it sits, the front and the sides are fairly representative of what's happening there. What is it so representative is that there will be some dirt work inside the backyard that'll be required. There's already stone walls there and terracing there. And there's just a little requirement for some more stone terraces, but I didn't really include that because I don't actually have the topography for the site. At the same time, I think when you measure it, you basically measure it on the front facade. I don't know how you would measure this because it doesn't front on a street and it's internal. But the building will not be 14 feet higher than the driveway surface. And any retainage that's done won't be part of the building. It would be working with the existing stone walls.
Right. But to my knowledge,
That doesn't answer your question.
no, and I guess that's a question I think for staff is that we don't measure height necessarily from the street. It's from adjacent grade. Is that correct, Angela?
Member Guida, that is correct, from the finished grade to the top of the parapet.
Right.
But what that allows me, though, technically by code, Anthony, if you don't mind me continuing to discuss it with you, is when you've got
Please
a
go ahead.
sloping site, we can add the 3 feet to the 15 feet. So on the back end, it could be up to 18 feet because it's a sloping site.
Right, but that's a discretionary allowance, correct?
Yeah, and I guess I'll ask for that.
Yeah. No, and my point, John, I'm sorry, Eric, I don't, this is obviously a project that, has limited public visibility, and I'm not trying to be difficult here.
No.
It's a question of, are the materials that we get properly representing the project? this is what we're charged with. We
Yes.
don't want things to look different when they're built in the field.
And what I told you is we plan on doing it with stone walls that are beyond the face of it, towards the house, because that's what exists there now, is a series of stone and terraces on that slope. And we're planning on providing this pad, but using stone and then building the garage on it, on the pad that it's not going to, the stone walls aren't going to be part of the garage.
Right.
But
my preference, and this is really a note for staff, is that, when we do have a project that has significant topography and we are looking at a project relative to a maximum height envelope, we really do need to see from the applicant topography and a grade line on the building that represents where the ground is.
And the only problem with that, Anthony, is many times when you do this preliminary design, you don't have topo, because people don't want to spend the money to get the topo before they get their project approved. But there is ways to do it. I was expecting you to ask the question, but I wanted you to know we were going to do it in rock walls and landscaping. And that's going to be what's going to happen outside of the footprint of this garage.
Okay, thank you. Member Guida, anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? If not, I'll open it to the public. Let me see if we have anybody from the public wishing to comment on this project. It appears Mr. John Eddy. Would you swear him in, Melissa?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Eddy, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Eddy. My address is 227 East Palace Avenue, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501.
Yes, John. Good evening. What do you have to tell us?
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. I'm curious, and I'd love to see some discussion or maybe an answer to this question, but the splaying of the corners on this garage, are they evocative of details on the main house, or what is motivating this detail on the garage?
Are you talking about the buttresses or what appears to be buttresses?
Yes.
I can respond to
Mr.
that, Chair.
Angela? Oh, yes, Angela.
Yeah, the answer is yes. There are some tapered buttresses, as we call them, on the property and some of the corners of the structure, the main structure, which are visible.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, which are visible in the this historic buildings inventory survey.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
And describe.
Okay.
And then I would like to hear Eric respond to that as well.
Well, you actually can see, when you look at the gate, you can see the little bit of splay at the gate. I don't know if you can notice it in your photographs, but
let's go back to the photograph.
Can you bring up that photograph, please?
Go to the top, please.
It kind of splays on both sides of the gate up to the height of the gate, for instance, and then it stops. On the photograph looking down the driveway, I have a closer photograph that shows it better, but that was in my packet. I'm not sure. I don't see those photos in your packet.
Okay. Oops, I think you passed it.
Yeah, there's a slight splay on each side of that, I believe on that gate that comes up to that gate. And there's also some splays along those walls, and also on the back of the house, there's some of those same wall splays. I was using a detail that was present in the house as a tie-in.
If you could go to the next photograph, I think there might be evidence of that on the front of the.
I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly where it all is, but it is.
So that's the front of the house. There's obviously some kind of, whatever you would call those brackets, but it's not shown on this facade or this elevation.
And I didn't take a picture of that, and I should have, because the object was to give it some character that's similar to the house, but everyone's going to know it's a friggin' garage. The house is beautiful though, and we're obviously not impacting the house at all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Eddie, you were muted, but did you have anything further?
I just unmuted. No, I do not, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Board members, I think we've had plenty of discussion. I think all the questions have been answered. So at this point, I will entertain a motion on this case. Member Guida. Member Guida?
Yes. So just before we go to a motion, my concern here is the completeness of the packet. The packet that the board received is different from what we saw on screen. And there's a lingering concern about, for me, about how the height is being calculated. I'm happy to discuss it more, but where I'm headed is a motion that addresses this packet being completed and submitted to staff for approval. Is the board comfortable with staff approving the height of this garage, given that the topography is so significant on this site?
If there is members of the board, is there discussion in reference to the topography and the height of this proposal? Member Beachside?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I wouldn't have known about the topographical slope without Member Guida pointing that out. I'm a little unclear if we need to make that explicit in a motion that we would allow the discretionary 4 feet. I'm not clear if that's required, if they need it. So yeah, a little bit more clarity on that would be good. And I'm happy to have staff approve that with our sort of conditional approval tonight.
Okay, because the allowable is 15 feet and the applicant is asking for the full for 19. Member Benvenue?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe you just answered the question. My question is, do we know at this point in time whether the discretionary additional amount needs to be approved for this project to be built as submitted? Or is that still in question?
Angela, can you answer that?
Yes, Chair and members of the board. The height at the front of the garage, that the driveway is 15 feet plus that allowable 4 feet, which I said was 19 feet. And that includes obviously the 4 feet discretionary. And yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you. In that case, then I do think that we need a resubmission with drawings, because we have to be able to exercise our discretion to approve that additional 4 feet. So I don't think we have sufficient information to do that.
Okay, hold on a minute. Angela, I have a question for you, but in rereading your staff report, you have a sentence here that says, the garage door will be 19 feet wide and 9 feet high.
It does say that the building will be 14 feet high.
So we need clarification on that.
Well, could I talk?
Yes, absolutely, Eric.
Well, I just want to be clear about something. Right now, I'm presenting a building that's 14.4 inches high. I've also told the board that there may be some stonework that's done in that grade change that would be separate from the garage, depending on what that grade change is. I would think that I could work with staff to ensure that I'm within that 15 feet of height on the garage itself. And if I have to do a short stone wall on the interior side in that area where there's landscaping, which is what we planned on doing anyway. If you look back at the past submittal that was approved by you all, That's kind of what they did. And then they ended up coming in and just, I think, creating a parking area with stone walls. And I don't think it was more than 3 or 4 feet. But here's the other thing you guys could do. I'm showing 14'4". I'm allowed to go 15. I haven't confirmed exactly what it is, but I don't think it's going to be more than a foot or two difference by the time we're done, if it's even a foot, because we're going to redo some 4-foot high rock walls, some dry stack rock walls, which was always our intent to do, to make it look right and not add that height to the garage. I also have the ability of reducing the depth of the garage a little bit if required to meet that height. And I think I could do all that in staff, because that side of it's not visible. And that's the only side you're concerned about, because I've still got some room on my height on the front. I don't think it's fair for people to have to hire surveyors to do topography,
Member Rios.
but I also understand the concern with the board. And my question to the board is this. Right now, I've presented a building that's 14 feet high at the front, and it shows 14 feet high basically all the way around. I'm looking at doing possibly a 2 or 3 or 4 foot high dry stack rock wall to level that pad a bit. And I also could reduce the depth a little bit if I need to be within that allowable height.
Chair Rios.
I would hope that you could approve
Yes.
tonight.
And Eric, I apologize, but if the board is to grant the request for additional height, that would have to be noticed on the agenda.
Not if there's a sloping site.
Yes, if there's a sloping site, it's still
It's up to the discretion of the board, but I don't think it has to be advertised, does it, Nicole?
Yeah, it does have to be advertised, but the decision is up to the discretion of the board. So it's not like an exception, like you don't have to pay for it. It's this provision in the code recognizing that there's slope. But I was.
Well, if it exceeds 14 foot 4 inches, I could come back to the board, right?
Please tell me again, because I don't have the case in front of me. The maximum allowable height is what?
It's 15.
15. And you're proposing to build to what height?
14 foot 4.
14 foot.
14 foot 4.
Okay. And so that's going to be the front of the garage. Now, the way that height is measured is actually not from the finished grade of whatever the structure is. It is from the front grade of the property.
So would that be the front door?
Yeah, it is from the front door, but in this case, it's a separate structure. And this door is going to be there to kind of the north. Is that correct? Or is it going to be on that southwest side?
The garage door out is kind of on the southeast side, which is the driveway side, which is the visible side. That corner's the side that's visible from Camino del Monte Sol. That's the only corner by that existing tree to remain.
Okay, so when Gary goes to measure during his inspection, he will measure from that garage door, which is up on the higher portion of the property, correct? It's not the area that's requiring the additional height.
That's correct.
Yeah. So
it will be 14 foot 4 high measured.
Yeah, from that point. So according to the measurement, it will be under the maximum allowable height. And there isn't that grade. I'm trying to think of a good example of where that grade is really comes into play. And I can't think of one off the top of my head.
But if I may, I'd like to interject. Eric,
Yes.
I think I recognize some real omissions in this, and the drop of that slope was significant, and the board can decide what they want to do with it, but showing the interior and showing that drop would help alleviate a lot of this. because it drops significantly. And a clarification for staff, for everyone, is if the front of the garage is 14, it's under the maximum allowable, and the back of the garage drops down, is that exceeding allowable height when he's reconfiguring the site? Basically, it's a lot of site work that it will take. And is our code really, does it say that it can be a maximum of, let's see, 15 plus 4, 19 feet on the back of the garage? And it reads as one level.
I have one more question, actually. So Eric, are you changing the grade of the property so that the entire structure is going to be max that 14 feet 4 inches in height?
I was trying to explain to the board that presently there's rock walls back there.
Right.
And you can go up to 4 feet with a dry stacked rock wall. And that's not considered a structural wall because it has no foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact is, we are going to redo the landscaping with stone walls. So we have 4 foot high stone walls, and we create terraces off of this garage in the back.
And are they going to be retaining?
Well, they're retaining, 2 or 3 feet, which really isn't anything. You could do it with dry stack rock. It doesn't impact the design of the garage. The garage is going to look like this when we're done.
Could we go to let's go to the elevations of the garage, please. Okay, so Eric, the back of the garage faces north, or would you say northeast? The bottom elevation here on this slide has windows in the back.
Yeah, that's on the northwest elevation.
What's the back of the garage?
14 foot 4.
No, which elevation here is on the?
Yeah, the proposed garage north elevation at the bottom is the
Okay,
back because that faces.
Okay, so you're taking a finished grade and adding the 14 feet to the top of that, whereas otherwise you're doing extensive site work.
You haven't even seen it.
Okay, I think the board already knows what needs to happen here, and there's way more.
Well, what I told you was we were going to redo the stone terraces in that area. And that's not part of this application because I don't know the extent of it yet. At the same time, I know I can go 15 feet. It certainly could be a conditional approval unless I exceed 15 feet, then I come back to the board. That's what I'm allowed.
So it's a separation of cases, that the site work is separate, that you're building up that site. And I'm sorry.
Well, I think what Nicole's point was if they send him over to measure it, he's going to measure the front facing facade and make sure it's not exceeding 14 foot 4. Is that right, Nicole? It's the street facing facade, correct, Nicole?
Not street facing.
Sorry, I was trying to.
It does not face the street. It faces the side. Well, it faces the street.
Well, okay.
Can we short circuit this instead of going around and around?
Yes, really. What?
I would like to publicly express my thanks to Anthony when he said, this packet isn't incomplete. And my reaction initially was, well, it seems pretty straightforward, but now we're just seeing just how incomplete this is. Let's get these graphics that we can look at and know what we're talking about, rather than saying, oh, well, I may do a little bit of landscaping. I may build a rock wall. And we don't know what the back is. So I think Anthony's suggestion that we postpone was very good, and let's do it sooner rather than later.
And may I offer to Eric, to Mr. Enfield, that the city does have a slope GIS layer. So it may not be as accurate as getting a survey done for the slope, but there is that for a start if it's needed. But the accuracy of an actual.
Unfortunately, Nicole, I can't count on the city topo because the property lines are never correct.
Okay.
And I've run into that many times before.
Okay,
If the board wants me to come back, showing them exactly what's going on with landscaping there, and they're not going to approve it because they want to see what we're doing for landscaping. And I don't know, Noah's there. Does a 4-foot high dry stack rock wall require a permit? No, it doesn't.
We want to know what the back of the garage, how it relates to the grade.
It's showing, it's reflecting it.
No, it's not.
It's not.
I'm
'cause it
just,
drops
I'm
down.
just saying
It
that
drops
if
down.
you, yeah, Frank, what I was saying that when we do the stone terraces that will be less than 4 feet high, you know, if you look at the previous approval, this is what was approved, an area like this right there with less information than I'm showing on this drawing. But at the same time, Frank, I want it to be clear. So if you want me to clear it up, we'll clear it up and come back.
Okay, let me see, there's other board members that have their hands up. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity's sake, my concern is that staff inform us as to whether or not we need to exercise our discretion to approve additional height for this project. I'm not really interested in landscaping or retaining walls, and I completely trust and respect staff's determination of the technical aspect of how to calculate the height. So that's what I consider to be missing in this case, is whether or not we are being asked to exercise our discretion. If not, then I think the matter is relatively simple. But if we are, we need accurate information.
Either Nicole or Angela.
I didn't mean so much for right now. I think we are tabling, but I'm just trying to clarify what I would hope to have come to us the next time.
yes, we will notice it
Yes.
properly.
Go ahead, Nicole.
We will make sure to notice a need for height and how much height is requested based on the slope.
And the discretion that the board has.
And the discretion that the board has for the code, yes.
Member Guida, did you have something further?
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion if the board is. I'll thank the board for the discussion. I appreciate it. So in case 2020-002-810 HDRB 586 Camino de Montesol, I move that the board move to postpone this case to be resubmitted with the following: topo lines around the project site, a Higbee included in the packet, drawings that are updated to reflect what we're seeing on screen, not what's currently in the packet, as well as an accurate description of the proposed height of the building relative to adjacent grade. And if there is a discretionary height allowance that is being requested, that be properly noticed and part of the packet.
Is there a second to the motion?
Pat second.
I'm sorry, who seconded? Katz? Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Eric, we'll see you in the near future. Thank you.
Okay, have a good night. Thank you.
Okay. Next case is Daniel's case, and this is 2020-00-2818, located at 324 Mackenzie Street. This is a contributing building. Daniel,
And
may we
may I
hear your
just
report?
confirm that our applicant is here? Daniel, is it?
David Betzler.
Thank you. David Betzler is here. I'm going to promote him on over to the panel here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Daniel, go ahead.
thank you, Madam Chair. 324 Mackenzie Street is a 1540 square foot contributing residential structure located in the downtown and east side historic district. Primary facades have not been designated for this structure. However, staff recommends that this is not necessary for the consideration of the application, as the proposed changes are not publicly visible and thus would not be on primary facades. The structure is rectangular of 1 story and faces north on Mackenzie Street. The structure has a pitched roof with a street-facing gable, adobe walls with deeply recessed windows, and a territorial style portal on the front. On the east side, the rear portion of the property is gated and hidden from public view. Behind this gate is a wooden awning and trellis that is not attached to the structure. I think the next picture should show that view. Go ahead a couple more. This is the view facing north. You can see the coyote fence. Behind it is the street, and this is the awning that I just mentioned. It's not considered to be historic. The applicant proposes to move the non-publicly visible awning structure and replace it with an oxidized steel frame awning, similar in scale to the one to be removed. If you could just go back and show the plans. This is the elevation. You can see that it would stretch along the top of the, on the top illustration along the southeast portion and then along the south elevation. If you go forward now, you can see the materials. This is the street view, and these are the materials that are proposed. An oxidized steel frame awning, similar in scale to the one to be removed, with pre-finished pro-panel metal roofing in a brown color. That's the right picture. The structure will extend around the non-publicly visible south side of the house to shade from sunlight. The roof of the awning will be bolted to the exterior wall and will be partially supported by steel posts in a rust brown color, partially by the ledger strip, which will be connected to the wall. That's the report. My staff recommendation is the approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with sections 14-5.2 D and E. I stand for
Thank you,
questions.
Daniel. It appears I see 2 hands up and I see Vice Chair Katz. You have a question?
I do. Why don't we need to know whether this is going on a primary facade?
My understanding of primary facades is there are 2 parts to it. One is that it is the main or most representative facade of the building. This is often the front, but not necessarily limited to the front facade. And the other is that it contain character defining features. That's not the case for this facade on either point.
The board would make on deciding what facades are primary?
It's true, the board does decide.
So why don't we decide?
The board has the authority to ask that primary facades be designated before approving this project.
Anything further, Vice Chair?
Know that. That should have been done.
You have the authority, if you choose and you feel that it needs to be done before approving this project, to do so.
Thank you. Let me see what member Benvenue has to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was the same comment I was going to make. It seems to me that this certainly could be a primary facade. And I don't know what the board would ultimately determine, but because it hasn't yet been determined, it seems to me that this project could not be improved until that determination is made. And parts of it will be publicly visible.
Thank you. Member Guida.
I agree with Member Katz and Member Benvenue about the determination of primary facades. That would seem to me to be a logical first step. Daniel, I had a question about what's being proposed. Is this an awning or is this a pergola? The drawings aren't completely clear as to whether this is like an open frame member thing, or you mentioned a pro panel roof, but I'm not quite seeing that.
I think I would prefer that we direct that question to the applicant, who could describe in a little more detail what it would look like.
Perhaps that can be figured out when it comes back to us.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, let's see what we're gonna do about this. That, I'll have to tell you, Daniel, that's also what I had written when I had written this report, and I have designation of primary facades, question mark, question mark. So it seems that lately, and not lately, already for a long time, when a project comes before us, that if the building is designated as historic, whether it's contributing or significant, well, obviously significant, it would be all facades are primary, that's an important thing to do because it impacts, any project will impact what those primary facades are. So Member Benvenu, did you have something further?
Nothing further, thank you.
And I'm just wondering what direction the board members, if they want to go further, or if we're going to talk to the applicant, or if we're just going to move to designate primary facades. Let me see what you all want to do. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. I would, in the interest of time and not kind of rehashing an incomplete packet, I would move to, or I would suggest that the board moves to postpone this case, and that we have this come back for determination of primary facades first, and then a consideration of the project second.
So is that your motion?
I'd be happy to make it into a motion if there aren't any other.
Let me see if there's further comments. Member Katz?
I was just going to second.
Okay,
Anthony.
well, he has to make actually a formal motion. Member
Let's
Guida.
do it. So in case 2020-002-818 HDRB 324 Mackenzie Street, I move that the board recommend postponing this case, and that this come back to the board as two things. One, first a case to determine primary facades of a contributing building, and two, then a consideration of the project that's being proposed here.
Can I make a request?
Let me, hold on a minute.
About the
Is there a
motion?
second to the motion?
Katz seconds.
I wanted to make a request about the motion.
Yes, Daniel.
If it could be postponed to a date certain, then we could move it forward relatively swiftly.
And what date would that be, Daniel?
Well, the next hearing.
We would need to make sure and notice a designation of primary facades, which I don't think we can do in time for the next hearing, unfortunately.
You can move it as swiftly as possible, Daniel, but no, Attorney Paez says it's almost impossible to do that. We'll put it in your hands to move as quickly as possible, and it's got to be advertised, et cetera, et cetera. So let's see if you can come up with a date that's as quick as possible. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please. Melissa?
Yes. Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, applicant, if you can hear me. The next case is Angela's case. It is 2020-002813, located at 247 Anita Place. This is also a contributing house. This is in the Dongaspad area. Angela, may we hear your report?
Yes, Chair, members of the board. 247 Anita Place is a contributing 1,300 square foot Mission Revival style bungalow constructed between 1930 and 1936, and it's located in the Dongaspar Area Historic District. If I may request that the next slide be shown, the front of the house. The full front, the full south facade. Thank you. That's the front of the house. Its defining features include an undulating parapet, round arch, porch openings, red tile roof tower over porch, and white textured stucco. The white stucco has a unique textured pattern. Windows are double hung with 3/1 light pattern. The bungalow is one of the few of this architectural style in this streetscape, which is dominated by Spanish Pueblo Revival style homes and structures. There is a detached garage at the end of the driveway to the west of the house that was constructed along with the house. In 2015, the board designated the south and west facades primary and approved window replacements in the kitchen and the bathroom. The applicant proposes today to construct a 310 square feet addition onto the northeast corner of the house. If we could advance the photographs, please. Next slide. That's the top of the west. That's the rear. Go back up, please. That's the rear of the house where that corner is the proposed addition. You can go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. You can stay there or on the floor plan. To construct a 310 square feet addition onto the northeast corner of the house, the addition extends 35 feet from the front, which is the south facade, flush, and 24 feet 6 inches into the backyard to the north. The height of the addition, if we could go to a site plan, please. Thank you. The height of the addition is 12 feet. It's proposed to have a flat roof and a straight parapet. Its height is 12 feet, 3 feet lower than the existing parapet of the house. The windows on the addition will have a 3/1 light pattern and will be white aluminum clad. They propose to install a French door with a side panel on the addition's west facade. A skylight, which will not be visible above the parapet, is proposed for the addition. They propose to restucco the entire house. The existing stucco, if you could please advance the slides through to, those are the elevations. On the topic of stucco, we're here. The stucco color and texture are character defining features of this house, and staff suggests that the applicant repair and match existing stucco texture and color as best as possible. As you can see, the existing stucco has several layers of paint ranging from medium tan to creamy white. No other changes are proposed at this time. I would like to go back to the elevations for the folks watching this. And I'll narrate as you go through them. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. That is the east facade of the house existing. To the right is the existing porch. Back please. Yeah, back porch. Thank you. Next slide. That is the existing west facade primary, no changes to that facade. Next slide, please. That slide is the west facade with the addition shown on the left. Next slide. That is the east facade showing the addition on the right, which is flush with the existing east wall. And you can see the extension to the back into the backyard. Next slide, please. That is the rear of the house. That is the existing condition. It is a porch. It's a sun porch on the left there. That is the addition will fit within that corner of the house. Next slide. There's the addition to the north facade that shows no more porch. Next slide, please. And those are the stucco, existing stucco around the house that the applicant provided along with color charts, because the applicant is seeking guidance in how they restucco the house to match its existing historical color and texture. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with the Dongas Bar Area Historic District standards. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Angela. So the primary facades are the south and the west, and the addition is being proposed on the northeast, and it'll be 3 feet lower than the existing house. And then the applicant is proposing to, did I understand this correctly, to remove the sun porch and put their addition there where the sun.
Terrios, members of the board, yes. If we could go back to the photographs, please, from the top, and I'll guide us through. Okay, from the front. From the front. Going towards the west elevation. Next slide. Next slide. That's the west elevation, no changes. Next slide. There is the northeast corner of the house that the addition is proposed to fit into.
And Angela, this is a contributing house. Is it your opinion that the proposal will continue to give this house its contributing status? That it will not negatively affect the status?
Chair Rios, it is staff's opinion that it will not negatively affect the house's status.
Okay.
Staff
yeah, okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
Staff recognizes that it is removing an existing condition that is special in its own right, but the opinion of staff is that it will not compromise or diminish the historic status of this house.
Thank you. This house, I do have to comment, this has very distinctive features. You know, that undulating parapet, the tower in the front, and even the stucco texture and the color as well. So is the color that is being proposed, is it going to be the white? Is that the cream color or the white?
Chair Rios,
we stucco the whole thing.
There's evidence of the stucco being whiter in places and also creamy in areas. So the task is to match as close as possible, somewhere in between that and the texture as well.
But the front of the house is really white, correct? And I think that we're supposed to stick with one color.
So you see how it's
it's not white. You're
yeah.
Okay.
I think
Sorry
it made.
about that.
Yeah, that's okay. So
Yeah.
That's the front. That's the color scheme. And the stucco pattern is particularly or more of, I think, the subject of this. And there are different patterns, historic patterned stucco. Staff is of the opinion that if we go back down to the stucco slide, that the applicant can match a combination of the stucco that's shown there.
Right. Oh, okay. Okay. Member Benvenue?
Thank you, Chair Rios. Just a couple of questions, Angela. The window replacements that were done in 2015, were they wood or were they aluminum clad? Do you know?
Member Bienvenue, they were replaced in kind. There was they're wood.
Okay. Are there any white aluminum clad windows on the building now as proposed?
Member Bienvenue, to my knowledge, no. And no, there are not.
Okay. And it looks from the drawings, they're kind of rough, but it looks like there is an undulating parapet pattern designed to mimic the house. Is that the intention? Is that what's being represented there?
Member Bienvenue, if we could go to the slide that shows, yeah, from that side, it looks like it's slightly undulating. If we could go to the next elevation, please. That, I don't know it needs to be undulating, and it's somewhat represented there. And staff would, it's up to the board to decide.
And that can be confirmed with the applicant as well.
Okay.
Correct.
The only other question I had is on the French doors. Are they, they're obviously different than all the other fenestration in the house in terms of not having divided lights. Does this door have any visibility to the public whatsoever?
Member Bienvenu, no, it does not.
Okay,
And
thanks.
Also, Angela, this district, does the Don Gaspar district require divided lights?
Chair Rios, no, it does not require divided lights per se, like the downtown and east side historic district does. Staff will note that on these drawings, I think they're so faint and through the different duplication that they are not showing divided lights. And they expressed in their proposal letter that they are French doors.
Okay, so, okay, thank you. Member Katz?
Yeah, I have a question about that very facade we're looking at and the door. And I realize that it's not supposed to look like it was original, but on the other side, on the east elevation, the windows seem to at least make the house feel like a cohesive whole. And the one that we were originally looking at with the door in it doesn't. And I would wonder if it would be appropriate to try to do something there with a door that matches and maybe even a window, because it's the window on the other side that really just, that really draws it together. And this looks, it may pass muster, but it doesn't look good. I don't think it enhances the house, and I think it could. Thank you.
Okay, Member Guida?
We'll hear more from the applicant. But I guess my concern is much along those lines. It seems maybe to meet the minimum requirements here, but in terms of design, as Frank suggested, this is, also the bare minimum. I'm concerned about the fidelity of the drawings. I see that the porch volume is going to be kept. I see a change in level that exceeds what is conceivable without some kind of bump out on the roof or the visibility of that existing porch, which is at the existing house level. And so, I'm going to hold back and wait for
Let's get the applicant sworn in. Melissa, would you swear in the applicant?
And Angela, I believe I've moved over someone named Jean. I'm hoping that's Jean Tyson, our applicant, but we just need to confirm. Again, I forgot to double check as we got started.
Yes, is the applicant for this project here?
I'm here.
Okay, great. And Melissa, would you swear him in, please?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jean Tyson, Tison is the last name. And my home address is 226 Anita Place, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tyson, I think board members have a number of questions, and I'll start with Member Guida.
So I guess my question is had you considered doing the addition at the same floor level as the house?
If you look at the under what I call the little tower there at the front of the house, and you see where the arched doorway is, that reflects where the actual floor level is of the house. You go up about 3 or 4 steps. When you get to the back of the house, the lot's fairly flat all the way back. The new part will be down more at ground level. So you'll walk out with about a 6-inch, or 1 step down to ground level. And part of the reason for that is that there's a very steep basement stairwell that comes off that a funky little porch that was enclosed there that you bang your head on when you go down. So I was trying to get the stairs, that angle of the stairs lowered so that they meet current codes on the stairs, because it's not very safe. And to do that, the idea was to put the bedroom there down at that level. So actually, where it shows the ground level there of the house along the bottom level there is really about where the floor level would be at the house.
Thank you for that.
The addition, yeah.
And my understanding is that the addition is connected internally inside the house. Is that correct?
Yes. The back wall where the porch was, that back wall there will become sort of if you look at the floor plan, would be where the bathroom, which will hook into the utilities and everything that are in the basement.
Right. So if we can look at either the, I guess it would be the west elevation or the south elevation proposed. My concern here is that as always, what we're seeing in drawings is what we're going to get in the real world. That's the nature of the exchange here. And just looking at what's being proposed, I see a porch that's higher in elevation than the addition. I understand that porch is staying, and I understand that stairs emanate from that porch to get you down into the addition. And I want to make sure that when we're looking at the rear of the project, that we're not seeing a volume sticking out above this new proposed parapet that isn't being shown in this drawing. And so this really comes down to accuracy. Like, are we accurately showing the project? Are we gonna see some kind of last minute roof protrusions to get the stair in, or accommodate that existing porch volume that's remaining? My preference at this moment, and my recommendation at this moment, would be to increase the height of the proposed addition's parapet to make sure that is addressed.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. What I did was I took the current floor level at the kitchen, and took the floor level of the kitchen, and then looked at the floor level of the basement, and then divided it up in the current code requirements for stairs, and then it came up with, well, it looks like we can get by with a 12-foot parapet on the back side, because we're going to drop almost 3 feet down from the original floor level. But this, when you walk down into the addition part, you'll go down another 2 steps. Right. But then after hearing the discussion on case 1, I was thinking, and there's no way we would be up above 15 feet, but it might be 6 inches difference at the end, where we wind up, because this was high. It might be higher on the back side, but I didn't have any concept at all of having anything but the old roof, the new roof coming down just as it is now. There wouldn't be any. I guess you're talking about an angled section that would come down off of that.
Right, and that's something we wouldn't want to see.
Yeah, no, I don't want to see that either.
Yeah, and so in my mind, I just think a little bit more design work maybe needs to be done, and it may be something that you can do with staff. But my note to the board is that I think that the 12-foot height parapet is too low for this to practically work.
Okay, that would be fine with me to raise that. I'm not an architect. I had architectural drawing, I guess, in engineering school 50 years ago. So these are the original drawings that I turned in for our last request, with the addition of this on the back side there on the northeast side. But this is my preliminary attempt to come to deal with what we're trying to do here, was to fix the stairs and at the same time add the small part on the back. That space now that has those old windows on it is an unheated space that you walk out into, because I think it was originally probably some kind of porch that was enclosed or a long time ago. Yeah, Angela.
If I may I may, just to assist us all, if the slides could go to the north and east elevations, because we're talking about the porch, I think it would be helpful to see there. Thank you. That's this current condition. So go ahead, Jean. Thank you.
If I may interrupt here.
Sure.
Member Guida, I have a question for you. So the proposal at this time is at 12 feet. Are you indicating that it would be at the same height as the existing house?
I'm suggesting
no,
it could be, and at the very least,
Or it could be lower. Or
at the very least, it needs to be, the parapet needs to be at least as tall as where that existing porch roof intersects the existing house, which is much higher than 12 feet. And Cherios, just, you know, I certainly understand that the homeowner produced these drawings himself, and it's great. At some point, the design professional might get involved for the permitting. I just think what we're looking at here is a little undercooked for what's being considered. And my concern would be that other practicalities may change what's being shown to the board tonight.
thank you. Let me see what Member Katz has to say. Vice Chair Katz?
I'm sorry, I felt that the back looked sort of too much tacked on, and part of it was the height, but part of it is the level, that it's lower than the rest of the house, so it makes it so clearly look tacked on. On the east facade, because you don't have a door, you don't get a sense of exactly where the floor is. I mean, the windows are a bit lower, but it doesn't hit you so strongly that, oh, that's just a little wart they added on in the back that's lower. And so I don't know whether there's a way of fixing that, but that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? Or Mr. Tyson, did you wish to address Mr. Member Katz's comments?
Yeah, I think I see what you mean there. I've designed the windows or set up the windows to match, except at the lower floor level on this east facade to have the appearance of just like the other windows did, including the bathroom window on that side that's been replaced. Now they're aluminum clad, and also the windows that were replaced are white aluminum clad, not wood. Then the rest of it, if it's better to have the parapet higher, that's not a problem to do, because the slope from the current roof slopes to the north just slightly at a real low pitch, and then so it's very easy to have the parapet be even with that one if you want. That's not a problem. It might even, we could also have a little bit higher ceiling in that back room or something that would be nice. The other thing is the door. I just went to a door catalog because I wanted to have a door set up on the west side that would allow some sunlight into that on that side in the afternoon. And so if that needed divided lights, that's not a problem to put those in either, so that it would more match. But I basically just drew it in to show that the door went there.
And Mr. Tyson, is the proposed addition you want to mimic that undulating parapet? Is that correct? Or is it going to be just a flat roof?
Oh, no, absolutely. I kind of like the undulating parapet, but it's just kind of very hard to draw it, but it's easy to see it in the photos. So I just wanted to continue that as just part of the feature of the house. I'm not sure why they did that, because it's, I don't, haven't seen much of that around town, but I think it was just maybe I'm going to say the wonderful eccentricity of the people who built the house,
Yeah, I
who we
agree.
know very well.
Let me see let me see if any other board members have anything further right at this time. I don't know what direction they're going to want to move into. And let me see if anyone from the public wishes to comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? Let me see if I see a hand. Mr. Doug McDowell, we can swear him in.
Mr. McDowell, you'll need to also unmute on your end. You look good. All right. Carry on, Melissa.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Doug McDowell. My address is 1317B Cerro Gordo Road, Santa Fe 87501.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. How are you this evening?
Great. How are you all?
Pretty good. You have the floor. What do
Thank
you
you.
have to tell us?
I know Mr. Tyson and his family, and I actually was over at the house the other day with him and was also very impressed with how unusual the house is in the neighborhood and unique. And also listening to Mr. Katz, I think he has a good point in that the door being so low just doesn't seem to respond to anything else on the facade of the house. I was wondering if you might want to consider something as simple as just a couple steps or something up to the door so that you could raise that door up and maybe divide the upper third of the door into 3 panes so that it would have sort of that territorial look at the divided lights above and nothing below. And then it would raise that door up a little. It would do the divided lights above and just undulate the roof more. I think you're all, my comment is listening to you all, you're all right. The door is real low compared to everything else, and you don't have the divided lights on the top similar to all the other windows with the 3 separate panes towards the top. And I'm wondering if maybe that's something that can be done, is just add steps there.
Okay,
And
thank
then
you.
maybe add a foot to the parapet, and then it doesn't look so bad. I mean, it doesn't look bad at all. That's
Okay,
all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Eddie, you have been sworn in. What do you have to say?
I believe you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the discussion. This is a really beautiful, wonderful house. And I know you all recognize that. And I had a couple of just observations. And, you know, a lot of this comes down to personal preference, admittedly. But the questions that you've all raised are very valid. One thing I wanted to mention was the stucco sample from the west facade, I believe, to me, has a tremendous amount of integrity to it. And it's kind of a skip trowel technique that we used to see a lot more of. The definition of the depth of these different layers of stucco really adds a lot to that house. So I would encourage the owner to use and adopt that as a standard. Having said that, I would hate to see the entire house restuccoed. Maybe that could be argued because the stucco is so completely bad that needs to happen, but I'm not looking at the house firsthand. So I would resist that temptation to restucco the whole house. I believe the parapet in the addition, if the parapet could come up, but I would not like to see it matching the parapet of the house. I'd like to see it splitting the difference between the existing difference in elevation that is drawn right now. And I do agree that the undulations are just a wonderful characteristic of this house. And I would encourage them to be added to the addition as well. And I don't think that kind of mimicry is inappropriate at this point. Steps up to the garage, to the French doors may be a good solution. My suggestion, and again, we're just all going to very subjective personal opinions here, would be to put divided light on those doors. matching the divided lights on the windows that are closer to the front of the house, which would bring that facade a little better into an interesting symmetry. That's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And I think those are the two public comments. And it appears that we have a number of things on our plate in reference to this application. And I agree with John Eddy in that I believe the addition should not be at the same height. If it can be a bit lower to distinguish it from the original contributing house. And I also feel in my notes, I also indicated that stucco, the texture of the stucco, that is a really important feature of this house. And I agree with Mr. Eddy that if the majority of the house does not need to be restuccoed, that be studied very carefully, because you want that this house, that contributes to the contributing status of this house. That particular feature is one of the important features of this house. Also, Mr. McDowell made some recommendations in terms of upping the doors, putting some steps. I don't know if, I'll have to see what the direction of the majority of the board is taking, but I don't know if we need to postpone this project. There appears to be many things in my mind that need to be addressed, but let's see what the board members have to say. Member Guida, excuse me.
I didn't mean to cut off conversation. I was ready to make a motion.
Okay, anything else, members? Okay, let's hear the motion that is being proposed.
So, Chirios, I agree with you because of the number of things that I think need to be addressed. I'm going to recommend that the board move to postpone the application and ask the applicant to come back with updated drawings that reflect a taller parapet height, but one that is still subordinate and lower to the main volume of the house, and would make also the following recommendations: that the applicant consider the matching or splitting the difference between the floor level and the ground level in the addition, and give consideration to the proportions between the new windows and the amount of wall that's above it. I would also add that that there be a kind of more information about the existing stucco condition on the house, and just a kind of more thorough discussion beyond color to indicate how the applicant might match the existing texture, what areas might need to be repaired or replaced for the board's consideration.
And Member Guida, did you address the door?
And that the door should have divided lights.
Okay, and the position of the door, anything
Nothing.
in reference to that? Nothing. Is there a second to this motion?
I would second the motion, but I would like the door to, if it could go up a little bit, if it could be a little higher, a step up to it in that little entry porch, that mudroom.
Member Guida, do you agree to that?
Yes, and that would be part of raising the floor level of the addition.
Oh, well,
I agree.
Okay, okay.
Roll call vote, please, Melissa?
Member Beachai?
Yes.
Member Bienvenu?
Yes, but I just want to say that to my mind, I agree with everything that was just said as recommendations that I think the applicant indicated they're very willing to consider, as opposed to directions that they have to abide by in order to receive approval, is my view. But with that, I vote yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Mr. Tyson, thank you. And we'll see you in the future. And you heard all the suggestions and we'll see what you have to offer us next time that you come before the
Excuse me,
board.
Cecilia, I have a question.
Yes,
On the, we did kind of a family vote on liking the lighter colored stucco, which we felt was the lowest, deepest layer that was in the layers of stucco or painting. Actually, I think it's probably old latex paint because so much of it's peeled off. Can we pick the color or do you pick the color? I don't know.
I think the house picks the color.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, what,
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. And then the other thing is, I'm in total agreement with your changes and suggestions. I think they're really good. Do we need to come before you again in another month to do all this over again, or?
yes, you do. You're a very lucky person. You get to see us again. No, I do want to thank you, Mr. Tyson, for being receptive to the changes and yes, get together with staff and they'll guide you through the process and we will see you again. Yes, you do have to come back.
Okay, in the meantime, I'll be able to, I feel like it's worth it for me to engage somebody to work on the more, the more professional looking stuff that we would have to build and, to the building department. I don't mind the steps going up to that's really easy to do for the back door. But one of the things I've always noticed about Santa Fe houses is it seemed like we all have our front doors and back doors right at ground level. So when it rains, you have the water, you just wonder if it's going to come into the house. So that, anyway, I thank you on that.
Okay, well, we thank you and happy Thanksgiving. We'll see you next time.
You too. Thanks.
Okay, bye-bye. Next case, it's Daniel's case. And it is case 2020-002819, located at 425 Hillside Avenue. This is a non-contributing house. Daniel, you have the floor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. 425 Hillside Street is a non-contributing residential structure constructed in the Spanish Pueblo Revival style. The house is located above the hill out of the public right of way with no public visibility. It was built in 1984 with subsequent additions and has a status of non-contributing. The applicant proposes to construct an attached carport to the northeast side of the structure. If you show the next slide, you can see there's the location. The north wall will be stuccoed in the same color as the existing structure, which is El Rey Pueblo, showed on the previous slide. And wood elements will be stained in a dark brown color. It will be 14 feet high, which is lower than the maximum height of the structure, and will have an area of circa 500 square feet. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with sections 14-5.2 D and E.
Thank you.
Questions?
Daniel. Members, staff members, any questions for Daniel? Not any at this time. I believe the applicant is Richard Martinez. Is he here? And if so, please get sworn in.
Sure, Mr. Martinez is present. He's ready to go.
Mr. Martinez, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Martinez, 1524 Paseo de Peralta, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Hi, Richard. Hope you're doing well. What do you
Hello.
have to tell us about this simple project?
Well, it would be in the same style as the house. It's intended to match. It won't be enclosed. It'll be roofed over. We intend to have colored concrete flooring and also a colored concrete pathway that leads from this house to the back door. I mean, from this carport to the back door of the house. And those will both be heated. So we have some snow melt that would be part of this project. This project, as you can see from the site plan, is is attached to the house at the farthest point from the street. This house is up the hill from the street, of course, and so it's impossible to see this carport. And it's also the lot had been many years ago had been leveled at this point, and so it is about, I don't know, at 6 feet below what was the natural grade at one time.
Okay, thank you, Richard. I do want to thank you for your submittal, even though this is a very simple project. I have been pushing for years and years, and mostly it's done to do the existing and the proposed on the same page, because it just makes our job a lot easier to be able to compare. So
Yes.
thank you for that. And let's see if the board members have any questions for you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Martinez? Member Katz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Richard, thank you for submitting all of those wonderful drawings. You did a beautiful, I assume you designed this house to begin with.
I designed the additions to the house. It was designed by somebody else originally.
It really looks quite beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? It appears not. Let me see if there's anyone from the public wishing to comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment in reference to this project? It appears not. I will entertain a motion. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will make a motion in case 2020-002819 HDRB 425 Hillside. I move that the project be approved as recommended by staff and based on the record, with finding that the application complies with section 14-5.2D.
Wait a second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachite,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Richard. That was short and sweet, and happy Thanksgiving to you.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. The next case is 2020-2820, located at 1369 Cerro Gordo Road. This is a non-contributing home, and let the record show that Member Benvenu is recusing himself in this case.
And Member Benvenu, I can put you on hold here on Zoom,
Great.
so you don't need to sign out or anything. And if everyone can please remind me to let him know when we're done with the next 3 cases from which he'll be recusing. And then I just want to clarify who is our applicant on this one, and I'll make sure they're on our panel here.
Okay.
Doug. All right, Mr. McDowell, I'm bringing him on over to the panel. Okay. Thanks.
Got it. And this is Angela's case. And Angela, may we hear your report, please?
Yes, Chair. $1369 Cerro Gordo is a large lot located away from the public way that has 3 structures listed as non-contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. This first slide indicates that it is not visible from Cerro Gordo, but that is the entrance. The property structures include an adobe residence and an adobe shop and garage, all in Spanish Pueblo Revival style. The board approved a garage addition to the main house in 2016. Currently, the applicant proposes the following changes on the main house. Add on to the kitchen on the north elevation. Next slide, please. Right, nope, one more. Thank you. That's the north elevation and that's the kitchen wall. The north wall will be extended to enlarge the kitchen by 260 square feet 2 new windows will be installed on this wall. The expanded kitchen will have a portal with corbels and beams. Previous slide, please. Revise the main entry. This is the front. The new entry will feature double doors with windows. Staff has a question for clarification by the applicant regarding the existing and proposed drawings showing an ox-eye window, but I know Doug can clarify that for us. Patio will be reconfigured around the remodeled entry. Next slide, or up, I think it's up. One more. Yes, that's the guest house. To the guest house, an addition of 148 square feet of portal on this west side of this guest house is proposed. The portal will have wood beams and corbels. The existing doors and windows of the guest house will remain. Next slide. That's okay. The slide that I'm looking for is the main entry. It's probably one of the first 2 pictures. There, up one. Thank you, that one. There you go. The house's gate entry and yard wall will be shifted to the south, realigning the exterior gate and the walkway to the proposed portal addition to the west elevation of the guest house. The gate and yard wall will not change in material or style. The applicant proposes to add exterior lights that will be night sky approved, and I have received additional details from the applicant about, bear with me. The windows are clad by Sierra Pacific and are a custom green color similar to the Palace of the Governors. The stain is brownish gray. The stucco is adobe, and lights are all dark sky as required. I'll let the board take it from here. That I recommend approval of the proposed project and find that the application complies with the downtown and east side design standards.
Thank you, Angela. Board members, do you have any questions at this time for Angela? It appears not, and Mr. McDowell has been sworn in. Mr. McDowell, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And Mr. McDowell, do you have anything further to add to Angela's report?
No, I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all have. It's sort of a lot of little things that come together in the same area, but it's easy to talk about when you're up there all the time, but sometimes difficult to see it as a whole. So I'll just stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if board members have any questions. Any questions, board members, or comments? Member Katz.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about what I guess is the front door. I'm not sure what door it is. Maybe it's the front door. The one that's getting changed and getting tall. Could you talk to us about that door?
Would you put the elevation? Is that the north elevation that you're talking about?
That is the north elevation, which is the main entry.
Okay, let's look at that.
It sort of jarred me a little bit, particularly the door, which seems, can you maybe
We're not
expand that?
seeing, oh, let's see, are we seeing that?
That's not the slide.
Yeah, that is not the one.
Used to be, we could say page 21.
Right.
It's hard.
Keep going. Oh, wrong one.
Yeah, wrong. Okay, good.
That's the wrong case now. Oh, there, we're back.
Let's see.
Maybe it's one more. Keep going. No,
Needs to go forward.
should be in there.
Yeah, the north elevation.
Yes. No, it's not, but it's the north, that's the north elevation. The kitchen, the main entry is above that to the left, and it should have a existing and proposed as well in the package.
Yeah, we do have it in our package, but I don't know why we can't get it up here on the screen. But all board members can see it on their page 21.
I can respond to that.
Yeah, tell us what the increase in height is.
There it is.
There it is.
There we go. Okay,
Board Member Katz, the doors that are shown there are quite a bit higher. Their parapet is being taken up still well below what the acceptable height is, but it's being taken up to have some mass over those doors. They are antique doors that the Mr. Midyett owns, that he wanted to use there, and the ox eyes or detail that he wanted to use as well, that he owns, and that's why they were designed like that. They are not publicly visible from any public right-of-way or publicly visible period, but it's a door an antique door that he has that he really wanted to use in there, and the main entry of this house is quite narrow, and it was an attempt to open up that area a bit, but also use a pair of doors that he liked a lot.
Thank you very much. That helps. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
and Mr. McDowell, you're increasing that heights to what?
It shows on the plans here. I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me. It's being increased pretty much to what the wall is directly to the right side of it, which would be the outside wall of the kitchen, which would be the east wall. So I'm raising it to match the wall on the east of it.
Okay.
I do have the staff report packet ready if you want me to pull up the other things, just give me clues.
Okay.
There is a height shown on that drawing.
On the east elevation?
The elevation we were just looking at,
Oh,
the
okay.
drawing. The north elevation of the main entry.
The entry, of course, I've lost it. Let's see. It's page 21. Yep. Okay. I'll pop back in there for you.
This is this, if I may, this is staff Angela. It says 12 feet, 6 inches, Doug.
Yeah, right there, in the middle line with the doors, it shows the heights on the right there.
Okay, it's, for me, I don't have a magnifying glass, and I got older recently. So,
You too?
yep, so you know,
Well,
you know how that goes.
I believe it is 12'8". That's correct.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Board members, any other questions at this time? Member Beachside.
Yeah, I have a question. I think it's just around the corner from the main entrance on the, there's some long windows on the side of that new increased in height main entrance. Have those been evaluated for the 30-inch rule? Or is that applicable to this facade?
Could you show me the elevation,
I'm
please?
sorry, I guess it would be the east elevation. It's shown as section A on page 21 of our packet.
Would that be the kitchen addition?
No, if I may, I'm going
Yes.
to jump in here, sort this out. It's page A1. And
there it is.
Right there. And she's referring to the main entry, the existing and the proposed side by side.
The doors.
No,
I think she's referring to the window.
The side windows.
The
You know
side
what?
windows, yeah.
It's not
A2.
showing. There's a
That-
discrepancy here.
If we have A2, that seems to show the windows as well. Yeah. So
There you go.
the top diagram shows
Yes,
two
that,
long, tall windows.
the window on the existing, which would be to the left there, is in the existing entry. And it's a single pane glass unit that is 6 feet tall. And because we're raising the ceiling in the extended entry, we were raising the window as well to be the same type of window, just a little bit taller. And also mimics the taller doors.
And maybe Angela, could you please weigh in on the 30-inch rule and how that applies or doesn't apply to these windows?
Member Beach, I thank you for the question. Initially, I did not see these windows. I have to say, again, with all due respect, Doug, you refer to the oxeye, which actually you refer to it as something else. And they're not shown in the proposed north elevation of the main entry, which is what you have in your packets, and that is showing.
Weren't the oxides just on the other elevation we were looking at?
Could we look at that other elevation? That's the one we should be speaking from for purposes of Member Beachhead's questions.
And I can also respond to the 30-inch rule. No, the 30-inch rule wasn't followed, and it certainly can be.
Could I ask that you flip the slide to A1, please? I think it is, Nicole.
There.
There. Thank you. This is our reference point.
The oxides are shown on the proposed.
Yes, and as I see it, I'm as confused as Member Beachside. I don't see there on the next slide. It shows side lights on the next to those vintage doors, and on another elevation, the oxeye windows are not shown. So could you describe exactly how that's changing that elevation?
Well, I can best explain it on the picture you're looking at here on the screen. And the existing elevation is to the left of of the proposed, and the existing elevation has the old carved posts with the two doors in between it. And then it has an opening behind that in a yard wall with an old shutter to the left. That window, the tall window that you're talking about, is below the drawing there of the two doors and the oxides. And that is the east elevation, which would be around the corner to the left of the double doors and the oxides. Now, if it shows something else somewhere else, I think that this plan and the next plan are the only plans related to the main entry.
So I'd like to go back and address Member Beachside and ask if her question has been adequately addressed.
If I could, please, excuse me. I don't think I've answered it, except that I've said that it wasn't, the 30-inch rule could not be met with that large window, and it is a new window. And if it's required that we divide that light to meet the 30-inch rule, we would do so.
Thank you. Member Beachside, do you have anything further?
I guess thank you for that willingness to address that. But I guess I'm wondering, I think there's two windows side by side that are both undivided light. Is that right?
That is correct. Also, just to expound, the wall above, if you're looking at the proposed floor entry plan, there's also a yard wall to the east of that east window that's 6 feet tall, or actually it's 7 feet tall. So that window is stuck in the corner of that whole courtyard area that we're speaking about.
I want to make a suggestion that you go to the photograph of the main entry so you can see what we're talking about.
Sure.
Oh, Angela, I'm driving the Zoom. Do you want me to?
Oh, are you? I thought it was Nicole. Okay, all the way up.
I jumped into your staff report.
Okay.
But didn't see
Okay.
in the PowerPoint.
Oh,
below
so now we're
here-
in this. Yeah, scroll through for the photograph of the main entry, and I'll let you know when it comes up.
Okay. I hope I'm not making anybody sick with this one or the next with the door.
Keep going with the door, not that one. Keep going. Keep going.
This one.
There it is. That's
Okay.
it. Existing condition.
Okay, so if you look at the tree there, behind the tree is that little window that I called a shutter on the elevation.
Mhm.
Behind the tree, you can see a piece of it.
Yes.
And then to the left of that tree, you could see the tall courtyard wall. So between the wall with the shutter in it and the face of the new entry addition, the window we're speaking about is on the left side, which we're not looking at there, of the entry extension. So basically it's in that corner where the shutter, the tree, and the 7-foot courtyard wall is.
That helps, thank you. And maybe if you don't mind, you could speak to how many windows are undivided, and were you trying to sort of maintain some consistency in that regard with the rest of the house?
No, well, yes, the rest of the house is very consistent, and we're using the same type of windows that were used. They're the same size, they're the same style. They're also the same style of the windows that were approved in the master bedroom addition that we're in the process of building now. The only reason that the owner asked, who's also an architect, to have the window in the entry mimic the existing window in the existing entry, except be a little taller, is that he felt that it was more in keeping with the tall doors, the tall window, and the other tall window.
Chair Rios?
Yes.
I also, and I can't tell because I haven't measured, but the 3-foot corner along with the undivided lights on the windows might be an issue on that facade.
Oh, that it's not 3 feet from a corner?
Yeah.
Would you address that, Mr. McDowell?
It's not. You're right. And if it is something that the main reason we had put it in like that is it literally is stuck in a corner where nobody can see it unless you walk around that corner and stand right in front of it. But I admire and respect the rules for the 3-foot corners. And if that's something that we need to have there, then we will lose the window.
Okay, thank you. Other members wishing to make a comment or ask a question? Did I see Member Guida's hand up? Member Guida?
He walked out of his room.
Oh, anybody else have a question or comments? If not, I will ask for public comment at this time. Anybody from the public wishing to comment on this particular case? It appears not. I'll
Sure, I
look
don't see
again.
anyone.
Yeah. If there are no further questions, I noticed that Member Guida did have his hand up. I don't know why he walked out, but if there are no further questions, then I will entertain a motion. Members, Member Beachside.
Thank you. I guess I have a question for staff about sort of the procedure. If we are to allow the window as drawn in the application, do we need an exception to the rules?
Yes, there would be, so it's existing non-conforming, but it's currently being having a request for remodel. And so then it needs to come into conformance at this point if, so it would be an exception for the 3-foot corner rule and the 30-inch rule.
Could I say something, please? I'm sorry.
Hold on a minute, but I do want to say that Mr. McDowell indicated that he's willing to
yes,
to do the divided lights and eliminate, not have a problem with the 3-foot rule. So the maker of the motion can address those as such. Mr. McDowell, did you have something further?
Yeah, I'd like to say that we will remove the window from our application and we will come back with something else if we want a variance for it as we move forward. Because I do agree, if you were to grant me not having the 3-foot rule, you would be granting a variance, and I haven't requested a variance.
regarding the 3-foot rule, and you said you're willing to do the divided lights, correct?
Well, if I don't have a window, I don't need to divide it.
Okay, we're just talking about one window, or were there 2 windows?
One. The other window's existing.
Okay, which is not divided, correct?
Correct.
So you just kind of wanted to mimic that window.
I'm just not touching that window.
Yeah, right. But with the proposed window, you were mimicking the window that doesn't have divided lights.
Correct.
Yeah.
I have a question of staff. Doug, could you direct us to the elevation that you're referring to so it's very clear, existing and proposed? I'm lost in the
Sure.
exactly what you're referring to. Point that out.
I can show you if, let's see, you'll have to bring up the elevations.
Thanks, Sally.
Okay. So if you look at section 1A, which is the upper sections, the small window in the entry on the left is existing. If you look at the drawing on the right of section A, you see the small window again. You also see the large window, the taller window, same width, but taller in the proposed entry extension. What I'm proposing is we omit that window, the tall window, in the extension and leave the existing window as is in the entry. Or if the issue is that that also doesn't meet the 30-inch rule, that we revise that window to divide it to meet the 30-inch rule. But I don't know, I don't have the code in front of me, and I don't know if the code would require me to change that window if I'm not doing anything to it.
I think if it's an existing window and you're not doing anything to it, it's existing, you don't have to do anything unless it's non-conforming. So I don't know if he has to do divided light, but it's existing already, so he's not changing anything. Address, would you address that, Angela?
Yes, I'll give you my best shot. I think, again, are you not changing the wall at all that the existing window is in?
He's not.
No, I'm sorry. Pardon me, I'm not.
Not. And then but my understanding is if you're reconfiguring the entryway there, it's on that mass that it needs to be brought into conformity based on previous cases I've heard discussed here, that when non-conformities are in existence and you're making a change, that those need to be brought into conformity.
I agree with that as well. It's the 3-foot rule.
So
could we go back and look at that again real quickly?
Sure. I wanted to note that there's a Stephen Bailey with his hand raised. Is that by chance related to this case? If it was the property owner or something, I just wanted to check in and see if we needed to recognize somebody, but I'm happy to reshare the.
Yeah, let's see. Doug, do you know if Stephen Bailey is related to this case?
No.
Okay.
I don't know if he is, and I don't know if he isn't. I don't know him.
Okay, well, let's see. Well, he might have a comment, but let me see.
I'm happy to reshare.
We were addressing the conformity and non-conformity.
If I could look back at that elevation, it would be helpful. You know, I think that actually we do have the 3 feet from the corner because we're actually stepping out. You see where the door is at the entry, and then we extend beyond the door. So we do have the 3-foot setback for that window.
The proposed window.
Proposed window, yes. If you look at the left side of the proposed window and the distance between it and the outside wall, which is beyond the doors, you do have the 3 feet there.
Any comments, Angela?
Thank you, Chair. So to clarify then, in the proposed, the taller window is what you're proposing that is the subject of this discussion about whether that should go in, what, because it's less than 3 feet from corners and it has, defies the 30-inch glazing rule? That's a question.
I think the 3-foot issue has been resolved now because we are more than 3 feet from the corner of where that wall ends to the east. The question really becomes whether we divide it or not, as I see it.
Is that clear to everybody?
Yes.
No, it's not clear to me.
It's not clear to me, and I'm going to keep doing, this is.
Okay, do you have a floor plan?
But I want to stay with this, please, let's stay with this element, with this elevation, Doug. As you're looking at it, is the long window proposed and the other short one is already there?
Yes.
Okay, we're talking about the long window and whether it meets the 3 feet to the corner rule. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and you're saying that it does, the other window does.
Keep sliding your cursor to the left.
To the left?
No, hold on. Go back to the window, please. The large window. Now, just right on the middle of the large window, if you could, please. Now, if you just move very, very slowly to the left, little more to the left, more to the left, more to the left, little more. Go to that line. Stop. That's the wall.
That's not the column? Is that the column?
That's the wall.
Okay, that's confusing because there's something else there. So that is 3 feet. I see that now.
How about the other side of the window? It's not 3 feet from the corner.
It's 3 feet from the inside corner, which is, that's why I wanted to look at the floor plan.
But isn't it, we're looking at the drawing that we were just discussing. This is a section, this is from inside the entryway looking east, right?
That is correct.
And it may be 3 feet from the corner interiorly, but exteriorly, which is I think what we're interested in, it's not 3 feet from that corner. There's a measurement of 3 foot 2 inches that brings it to the very middle of that window.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. And that is why I'm asking to look at the floor plan. And if we could look at the floor plan, I think that could answer our questions.
I'm happy to look for it. I'm not sure where it is.
You got it.
You were there. Down.
Now you missed it. Go back.
Go back.
Okay, stop. Now,
There.
see on the right upper part of the page, you have the word proposed.
Yes.
Inside the entry, you see that small window? Keep going up. Inside the entry, the window to the left now of your red point. Keep going to the left. There. That's the proposed window in the entry. It's 3 feet off the one corner and it's over 3 feet off the other corner.
What corner is it? No. That's from the inside. From the outside, it's not.
Can you read the distance between the inside corner and the window?
I think it says 3 foot 2.
It says 3 foot. Oh,
It goes to the middle of the window on that drawing, and it says 3.2 feet.
To the middle, yeah.
oh, I see. Pardon me. We could shift that window over 6 inches.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, Member Guida, where have you been? You have the floor.
Is our rule 3 feet from inside corners as well as outside corners?
No,
No.
what we deal with is outside.
Right, so why are we fussing over this point?
If I may,
Yes, Angela.
and
Angela?
Nicole can verify, yes, Nicole can verify. It does not need to be 3 feet from an inside corner. And I'm talking about the outside of the building. That's what we're
Yeah.
looking at. It needs to be 3 feet from the exterior corner, the
Outside.
projecting corner, but not the interior, as Anthony has just said.
So you could have, like, on that facade, you have the east, the windows on the east facade, and then as it goes to the south, there's a wall that goes out. So you could have like 2 windows that go right to the corner there. Is that allowed under our code?
Do you want me to read the code section here?
Yes, please.
When all else fails, read the law.
It says no door or window in a publicly visible facade shall be located nearer than 3 feet from the corner of the facade.
Generally facades have, well, this facade has 2 corners.
Yeah, so I don't think that there's a distinction between the interior and the exterior. I think it has to be because you're trying to maintain the wall mass.
Yeah,
I agree with Mr. Katz and
But
agree with you.
But this is not publicly visible, so why are we wasting your time?
That's a good point.
Actually, I've been wanting to bring that up because of recent times, I have what staff has followed is that if a facade is not publicly visible, this is not in reference to the 3-foot rule, but this is in reference to the division, that you do not need to bring that window into conformance. That's what has been followed for quite a while now. Not since I've been on the board a kind of a long time. That wasn't it at the when I first served on the board, but in recent years, and I'll say recent for sure, 5 to 7 years, is board members, is that your recollection? Anthony is saying yes. Katz, Mr. Katz, Vice Chair Katz.
I'm not understanding what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I'm saying that in reference to windows, if they are not publicly visible in this district, that they do not have to be divided. That is what had been followed recently.
On a non-contributing structure.
Yeah.
Right.
If I may, Madam Chairman, when I can speak, let me know, please.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Mr. McDowell.
I think the bigger question here, if I may take liberty to say so, this window is only visible if somebody is put in the corner of that courtyard because they've been a bad boy. I mean, you're never going to see it. It's literally, I mean, somebody's going to have to walk into that corner for some unknown reason to get away from everybody in the courtyard, I guess, and go around that tree and go, wow, look at this window. Yeah. So, I mean, I'll do what the board feels is correct because I respect that. The point is it's really not a visible nature of this building at all.
Okay, Member Beachside?
Yeah, thank you very much for clarifying. I didn't intend to start that discussion. I didn't realize that it was, basically facing a wall in the exterior. So I don't have an issue with keeping that window as proposed, and I'm ready to make a motion if that's appropriate.
Okay, let me see, there was a person that wanted to comment. Is this person Stephen Beili? Can you hear me? Are you wanting to comment on this particular project?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, okay. Would you need to get sworn in?
Okay, thank you.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephen Beili, 449 Camino del Miguel, Santa Fe 87505.
Okay, Mr. Beili, you have the floor. What do you wish to say?
Thank you for hearing me. I have a project on the agenda for next week or next time. So I'm watching this very closely to learn how it goes. And I'm looking at the code as y'all are debating the very important window. And what I'm seeing, the code that Nicole just read about no door or window in a publicly visible facade should be located nearer than 3 feet from the corner of the facade. That rule is under the heading of recent Santa Fe style. And this is up to y'all to decide, but I would not call this house that. I would call this house old Santa Fe style. And for whatever reason, I don't know, that rule doesn't show up in that section of the code about being 3 feet from a corner. It's only under the recent Santa Fe style code. And then, the other thing I was just gonna comment on, the rule that's about 30 inches for the size of glass is under the old Santa Fe style and not the recent Santa Fe style. So I don't know, I just was offering that as clarification because I'm sitting here reading the code as y'all are discussing that, and I hope that might help. That was all.
Okay, thank you very much.
If you wanted, I don't know if you wanted me to comment on it too. We might be good.
Would you please?
Sure.
I'd appreciate that.
So in my experience, the way that we've practiced this is that in the downtown and East Side Historic District, we have read from the recent, it's an interesting point whether this is old Santa Fe style or new recent Santa Fe style. You know, I don't do the architecture. I just read the code. But when we've looked at these, we've looked at the recent Santa Fe style portion of the code, which says that windows on publicly visible portions of the building and walls shall be one of the old Santa Fe styles. And then we've used that old Santa Fe styles link to take us back up to those rules that are in the old Santa Fe style portion. And that's where we do see the 30-inch rule. So that's how we've kind of incorporated the 30-inch rule, but only for a publicly visible wall. And I would also agree that it very clearly says that the 3-foot rule is for publicly visible facades.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. See, we've been following that.
We have.
We have been following that. If it's not publicly visible, you don't have to divide or follow the 3-inch.
Unless it's contributing.
Yeah, right. Unless
it doesn't matter if it's contributing or not. I mean, if it's publicly visible is what this particular rule kind of turns on.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, everybody's got that straight now in their heads. Thank you. I will entertain a motion at this time. Member Beachside.
Thank you. In case number 2020-002820 HDRB at 1369 Cerro Gordo, I move to approve the application as submitted according to staff's report.
Is there a second?
That's second.
Kat seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Chair Rios?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Nicole.
Okay, bye, Mr. McDowell.
Bye.
Happy Thanksgiving.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, friends and neighbors, we're going to the next case, which is 2020-002483, located at 524 Calle Corvo. This is a contributing building with a contributing wall. And this is Daniel's case. Daniel, may we hear your report and let the record show that member John Benvenue is also recused himself from this case.
Thank you, Chair Rios.
Can I have the screen back, Sally, for the presentation?
You should be able to just take it, is it not?
Oh, there, it did it. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, well, you should be authorized.
Okay.
You can steal from me as I have stolen from you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, we're just seeing Nicole.
Oh, you are? I'm not sharing my screen. Sorry.
Nope, we are not seeing your screen.
I'm sorry. Give me one moment. I got kicked out of here.
Okay, we've got it.
524 Calle Corvo is a contributing residential structure located in the downtown and east side historic district. The structure was constructed as part of the Hughes subdivision, probably between 1949 and 1951. The subdivision is an exceptional example of urban design in Santa Fe. It contains 20 lots, 16 of which are essentially rectangular and 4 of which curve along the street. These are lined by walls placed directly on the lot to create a serpentine streetscape. The subject property is one of these curving lots. Next slide, please. With a streetscape defining the wall that takes up the full width of the view as one moves through the subdivision. The house and yard wall were designated as contributing on October 13th, 2020. The house in question and the wall are on the right on the right picture. The house is a one-story structure, originally with only one bedroom with Spanish Pueblo Revival style elements such as rounded parapets, exposed vigas, and asymmetrical stepped massing. Next slide. That's the contributing wall as it is today. Next slide. The street lining wall, also a contributing structure, has go back one slide, vertically symmetrical form that steps down toward the center to a central driveway opening. This vertical stepping symmetry is presented in a varied form in the internal yard wall, separating the front garden from the driveway. Next slide, please. No, that's going backward. Facades 9 through 14, which are yellow in this diagram, are publicly visible. Facades 9, 10, 11, and 12, those are the yellow facades, those are the primary facades. The applicant now proposes the following changes. Item 1, convert the existing garage facades 1, 2, 13, and 14 to a new bedroom bathroom space. Raise the roof and parapets 12 inches on a portion of the existing garage. This is set back about 8 feet from the primary facade, but as a remodel does not qualify as an addition. This includes changes to the openings, garage door, and steel casement windows. I believe if you go forward, we do have some slides showing the drawings. I think that would be inappropriate. Yeah, so this shows the existing and proposed for item 1. Next slide. Item 2, expand the kitchen, facade 5, by converting 84 square feet of the existing portal on facades 4, 5, and 6 to space heated area and relocating the portal further west. Next slide. Re-roofing the entire structure. The color will be sandalwood cementitious stucco from El Rey, which is a light earth tone, very similar to the existing. Next slide. Item 4 is to re-roof the existing structure, and item 5, create new interior yard walls and coyote fencing in this central area, which connects to the new addition. Item 6, next slide. Item 6 is to construct a new detached 445 square foot single car garage at the north end of the property. New windows and doors will be aluminum clad colored Sierra Pacific Aqua Mist, which is a subdued green color. We have a sample of that on slides, a few slides back that we can go to if desired. Next slide. Item 7 is to create a new 12-foot driveway opening in the north portion of the existing contributing street yard wall to serve as an access to the proposed driveway to access the garage. This item requires an exception to section 14-5.2 D1A. Next slide. Repave the existing driveway with brick pavers and concrete new patio areas, one to the north of the house of 120 square feet, one to the west, including the new portal of 160 square feet. Regarding item 7, the driveway opening, the proposal to create a new driveway opening for vehicular access from the north, the applicant argues that it is necessary because access to the garage from the existing wall opening would result in 2 hardships for the owner. Hardship A, it would require the creation of a turnaround space I believe we have that also in the next slide. No. Okay, can we go back? I'm not sure if we have that diagram, otherwise it is in the packet. Let me just get the page number for you. I'm sorry, not finding it quickly. We did have a diagram, Nicole, maybe that's the one that the applicant sent.
Daniel, is it page 36? Sorry, Nicole.
Oh, no, go for it.
So there, I'll just finish reading. So two hardships. One is having to do with eliminating the two. Maybe you can use the mouse to just show the area in front of the garage. The space in front of the garage would be needed as a turnaround space, which would eliminate two parking spaces that exist directly in front of that garage opening. They would need be needed for circulation instead. The second hardship is that the distance from the garage to the house would be increased from 15 feet in the proposed design to 40 feet. Nicole, maybe you can find that the other document that we spoke about. The applicant has applied for an exception per section 14-5.2 D1A, an exception to remove historic material from the contributing wall. The applicant's responses to the exception criteria are included in this report, as are the responses to the HPD staff. Staff recommends approval of items 1 through 6 and 8 and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2 D and E. And for item 7, the staff does not find that all the exception criteria have been met, but the board may find that they have been upon further testimony. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Is the garage designated as contributing?
It's considered all to be one house, and they could contributing the garage as part of that.
And is the front of it, was that designated as primary?
No.
No.
Facade 13 is the front of garage. It's not a primary facade.
Okay, but it is part of the contributing house. The whole house
Yeah.
is contributing, but not a primary facade. Okay. In reference to the walls, do the walls vary in height as the existing walls? Do they vary?
The wall along the yard wall along the street?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Can you go, please, Nicole, to the diagram showing the symmetrical wall? Yeah, so it varies in height. There's a very strict vertical symmetry, which means that it's symmetrical along a vertical axis, with the middle being the driveway entrance. It is lowest at the center and rises to the ends to slightly different heights, but has a these modules or sections that are approximately the same length, with these pilasters marking the changes in height.
Daniel, the portion of the wall that has a little gate, what do you know what those the heights are of that wall?
I can get it from one of the drawings that are in the packet.
And then I'm also going to ask you to indicate after the driveway what the height of those walls are, that wall.
So if you look at page 61 in your packet,
Mm-hmm.
The gate, the wall that includes the gate is 3 feet 8 inches high. The pilasters being, I guess, a couple of inches higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
It goes up to 4 feet on the left, and on the right, 4 feet, and then 5 feet 9 on the far right.
Okay, to 5 feet. Okay, and my next question is the proposed square footage within the, does it exceed the 50% rule? Is it bigger than the existing house?
No, the new square footage is only the garage.
Go to that aerial view, would you please?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
If Nicole could go to the aerial view.
The PowerPoint or the staff report?
The PowerPoint.
So let's see, the proposed garage is 445 square feet. The existing heated area is 1,165 square feet. So half of 1,165 is more than 445.
Okay, yeah, okay. Member Katz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In looking at the two drawings on page 46 and 47, and it would really be helpful if we could get
Yeah,
those
would you
up.
put those up? Thank you.
Yes, sorry, those are the pictures I was looking for about the loss of parking spaces that the applicant was referring to.
Right.
It's 46.
Now this is the proposal, and what I like about this proposal is it sort of leaves the original house separate and honors its status as a contributing house. And all of the houses along here are, fairly straightforward, not complex, not huge. And to make this, there were two.
Mr. Katz, are you referring to the drawing on page 46 that you're saying you like this proposal?
Yes.
Okay.
And I mean, I think it does a much better job of honoring the house. And the concerns about hardship, I can understand the hardship, but this could be solved by, instead of knocking out 12 feet of the wall at the north end of the wall, knock out 12 feet of the wall to the immediate left of the driveway there. So you don't disturb the parking spaces. You just have the entrance a little bit further to the north. And you've gotten rid of that hardship. The other hardship is having to walk an extra 25 feet, was it? And I'm not sure that measures up. I don't know how other people feel, but it would very much work very well to do it that way rather than the way they have proposed. And I don't know whether other people have a reaction to that at all.
Other board members wishing to comment in reference to Mr. Katz's comments? Of making the entrance in a different place than as proposed?
The driveway entrance.
Yeah, the driveway entrance.
Garage entrance, yeah.
Member Beachside.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with the sort of location of the proposed garage being further away from the house as sort of a better design, sort of more deferential to the existing house. What I do have an issue with is sort of any change to that existing wall. Daniel quite elegantly and accurately described the importance of that wall to the subdivision, the fact that it's stepped down deliberately in a symmetrical way and that it relates to the wall across the street and was defining for this subdivision at the time. So I would caution against any disruption to that wall if it's not at all necessary, if there's another solution. I do think that that is an important characteristic, that we made it contributing for a reason. And I don't think that the exception criteria have been met to alter that.
Okay, in reference to that, Daniel, the existing, could the existing entrance, could the applicant access the garage if nothing is done? If that wall isn't broken up on the far right?
Yes, certainly.
They can?
There's no requirement that a car has to turn around and enter the street front first. It's specifically in the code says that cars from single family homes may back out into the right of way, and it's the laws of physics allow this this design, allow for a car to turn into the driveway and to then back out into the street. There's no need for a turnaround, and the driveway opening is sufficient for that purpose.
Okay. Other questions, board members? Or comments? Member Beachside? Member Beachside? Yeah.
I guess I have a question for Daniel, just your opinion about the proposal. It was my impression from the status review that the stepping down of the existing house, where it goes from sort of to lower to the garage, the current garage is the lowest point of that house and then steps up from there. This proposal, although they are attempting to minimize that by pushing back the parapet, raises that parapet so that the step down doesn't seem as apparent anymore. And I'm not sure what it looks like from the street level and if that is mitigated by distance at the sidewalk. But I think the change in parapet is pretty significant with respect to the way that the structure was described in the HICP.
Yes, thank you, Member Beachhead. I have to differentiate between my personal opinion and the facts of the designation. The garage has not been designated a primary facade, so from a code standpoint, there's nothing to limit the raising of the roof. My personal view on the design was that there was a kind of a stepping down from that main mass in the front to the garage. It's hard to say exactly how noticeable that would be from the street because it's only the rear portion that's stepped up.
So the front portion of that is the same height as the existing garage, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then it's the rear portion that goes up. And how from the front of that, the one that will be at the same height, how far back before it goes up?
It's 8 feet back.
8 feet back. Okay. And Member Katz, I believe you had something.
Yeah, on that facade,
Hello?
It's not clear. So they're not raising the front, the east facade of the garage.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's the rear portion of the garage that is being raised. I think you can see that pretty well on page 55 of your packet.
Okay. Member Guida?
Thank you. I guess I'm a little bit of two minds on this project. Frank, I have a tremendous amount of access to what you're proposing and would agree that at the site diagram level, the idea that the garage would be further away from the house would preserve the integrity of the existing house a little bit better. I think the current design is quite busy, both in terms of a mix of parapet heights, of this articulated volume being added onto the original house, and so I have a tremendous access to it from a design perspective from what's being presented today. I guess where I'm challenged is still where we were when we designated on this house. I think there was a lot of fondness for this house in terms of its original condition, that both in Daniel's presentation and the board's reception of it really assigned a lot of importance to existing details of this house, including that front wall, which may or may not be that important. I think regardless of what's being proposed in the design, whether it's that first site diagram that Frank and even I like at this point, or what's been drawn here, I think in terms of the designation of the house, in terms of what the applicant is able to do, I think we don't have a tremendous amount to say about that. I don't like the idea necessarily of having two wall entries, but I don't know that it was the right decision in the first place to designate this wall as contributing. So, so I don't know that I have a huge point here, other than both schemes are really viable. One nets the property owner an internal courtyard that's more usable space. The other one creates a kind of more differentiation between what's being added onto and the original house. But even if this thing was glommed onto the original house, it still follows a lot of the rules that we are abiding by in the historic district for differentiation. The garage being altered, it wasn't a primary facade. The parapet that's being stepped up is at the back, not at the front. These are relatively minor adjustments, and so it'll be interesting to see what falls out of the discussion, given that most of this stuff, with the exception of where the opening, if any, goes in this wall, is basically allowed.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Member Guida. Member Katz.
Yeah, just briefly, if the opening for the garage was not on the very north end, which is the very tall wall, but next to where the opening already is, it wouldn't be two openings, it would be one, and it would be in the middle, and it would be on a low wall, and it doesn't have to probably even be 12 feet wide, because it's not very often that there will be two cars parked in front of the old garage. I mean, it would be nice when they have wild parties, which of course we all look forward to, but I think that it would do less damage to the wall and to the house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Daniel, the proposal is how much higher than the existing?
The proposal of the garage,
Yes.
it goes up 12 inches, approximately 12 inches. That's also visible on page 55.
Okay, so it's a foot higher than what is existing, correct? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's see where this discussion is going to take us. Oh, also, I want to say that there were 2 letters of support for this project that were given to us. And they are letters from neighbors, and those should be made part of the record. And are you familiar with those, Daniel?
Yes.
Okay. They were short letters. If you want to read them into the record, that's fine. They are just in support of the project. I think that, let me see what the applicant has to tell us. Nobody else on the board has their hand raised. So let's get the applicant sworn in and proceed. Applicant, is the applicant there, Sally?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Courtney Matei. I live at 2 Camino Pequeño in Santa Fe.
Okay, Mr. Mate, good evening.
Good evening.
What do you have to tell us about this project and why was it designed this way?
Well, thank you for asking. Thank you for the time. I guess the most contentious part is the discussion about the second driveway opening, and we do value that this is a vital aspect of the project. At the historic status meeting, it was decided too that the yard wall would be contributing along with the house. And it was also noted as a significant feature, but the board did elaborate at that historic status meeting that, even if something is designated as being a significant feature, it didn't necessarily have to be retained. Originally, honestly, we were looking at closing up the existing opening and just putting in a second opening to serve the driveway that we're proposing on the north end, the north garage. But in light of the contributing status and the significant feature designations or comments, we decided to keep the existing opening. But the plans that we did look at relocating the garage compared to the proposed plan. We did look at, pushing it to the north end of the site as was shown in one of the options that you took a look at the site plan. There are a few things that come out. One, it is a hardship. I feel my client feels, we do feel like it's a hardship to be an additional 25 feet further away from the house. That may not sound like that much for a single trip out to the car, but if you're bringing groceries back and forth, if the weather's bad, if you've got to run out to the car twice, that's, it's 80 feet to go out to the garage and come back instead of 30 feet. My client is older, she's retired. She had a hip replacement a couple of years ago. She gets around okay now, but it's not easy. And we're looking at not just her use of the space, but the long-term effect on whoever is using the property. So we do feel like that's a hardship to be forced to be pushed further away. Secondly, by moving the garage further away to the north end of the site, I realized that it puts more aesthetic attention on just the house and creates the garage as, maybe being a little bit further from the house so it doesn't detract. But we're looking at this not just as two individual things, but what are we trying to create as a sense of community or a sense of place on this site? And my feeling and her feeling, by having these buildings closer together, there's a better architectural relationship between them. They also create a nice courtyard space between them. If you look at the two options that were presented in terms of the site plan, when the garage is further away from the house, as is being discussed, we do have to have quite a bit more driveway. And frankly, the turn in from the street, if you turn in the driveway now, and you make a sharp right to go to the north end of the property, your car gets very close to the corner of the existing garage. The site is very narrow right there. I realize that this is kind of different to ask for a second driveway, which we did get permission for the driveway, by the way, from Land Use Department. So we don't have any other technical issues. It's purely an aesthetic issue that we're really dealing with here. But, we're trying to create something that looks like there's a relationship between these buildings and not one here and then another one over here. There's something nice about the compounds and clustering things. And, we've got an architectural relationship, we feel, between these. And also, if the garage is to the north, really to back out that driveway and then make the turn, backing up in the snow, try to turn back out on the street in reverse, it's not practical. You need to have space to back out of the garage and turn the car around. And that completely wipes out any usable space, or pretty well eliminates any usable space between the house and the garage that could be used as a nice courtyard space. So those would be our main points. And as you did bring up, we do have neighbor support from both the neighbors to the north and the neighbors to the south who don't have any problems with this. They feel like it would be a real improvement for the property. And so, we take that quite, think that that's really important, that we've got their support. I guess I'll quit talking for a minute and see if I've brought up any of the questions or comments you might have for me at this time.
Okay, certainly. Let me see what board members, what questions they have. I did want to ask you this question, which I asked Daniel and he didn't quite answer it, but you did bring it up. If you only have one driveway, the existing driveway, if you go in, how close is the car getting to the house itself?
I was over at the site last week and drove my car in and made a right to try to pretend like I was driving towards that future garage if it was to the north. And it's very tight. Your car swings in, there's only, I could measure it, but I feel like, I think there's only about 18 feet or so from the house or from the existing garage to the wall. So there's not a lot of space to turn in, and the driveway is not real wide there. So it's not easy access, and there's no way that I would drive in, park my car, and then reverse all the way out the driveway and make another backwards turn to get out on the street. I just feel like a lot of space gets used up for driveway space that we really don't need. Most of that circulation space, it's not even parking space that you can use. It's just space you have to keep open that could be used for more open space or landscaping rather than more additional driveways. So, I feel like we seriously looked at alternatives, and this approach we feel is a very good balance between the aesthetic concerns related to the property and the practicality of how to use it and how to best create, make the best use of the space that's available.
Okay, thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, that did. Thank you very much. Member Katz.
Yeah, let me say that I agree with the applicant that moving the garage closer to the house makes it relate more to the house, makes it look more like an architectural whole. So I agree with you there. A bit of my question is whether that is what we should be supporting rather than preserving a historic house. And part of the problem is, and this has come up recently in a number of cases, you have a house, we've designated it as contributing, and in one case we had designated the facade in question as contributing. And, I kind of feel in this case and in that case also that it is more simple than what someone might do today. But isn't that part of the historical fabric of the town and of the historic houses that we want to maintain? Sure, they could be redone and be really nice, and they could be redone in a way that, you know, doesn't fly in the face of the historic style. I mean, our ordinance is both preservation and style. But you're losing the historic house. And your concern about the turnaround and entering into the garage, isn't that really quite easily resolved if instead of putting the opening on the north end, on the tall wall, the opening is on the north end of the current opening, so that you have a wider opening there. It makes it easier to make that swing. And I assume, looking at the diagram of what you have for how you prefer to do it, you would back out of that garage and go out of the driveway forward. And there's no reason why, in the drawing that you have on page 46, you couldn't back out of the garage and go out forward too, if particularly if that opening was widened. And I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, you know, I'm willing to make accommodation and grant an exception for hardship, and I understand what you're saying, but I think it's almost the wrong way. I mean, that hardship can be taken care of both. And as far as, you know, coming home with a whole bunch of stuff that you bought at the store, well, you know, you could park the car right next to the entrance that you have there, the portal in the bedroom, if you wanted to walk in that way, or you could walk around the back to the entrance that you have designed to walk around to the back, and you're just as close for the occasional time that you have a lot. I think you're making a little bit more of that extra distance to the garage than it will carry. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Katz. Applicant, anytime that a board member makes a comment, you are welcome to respond, or I can take comments from other board members. Did you wish to say anything in reference to Member Katz's comments?
Sure. I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Katz. But part of the, you know, still, if we widen the opening, we're still changing the wall. And then it's a question of, is that an acceptable change versus what we're talking about with our proposal? Also, if we were to widen the opening, we would be limited, I believe, to 20 feet width, because that's the maximum driveway width that you would be allowed to have. That would let us make that opening maybe 3 feet wider than it is now, but not significant. And it would help to widen that opening some. But again, you know, we're at that point, we can only add maybe 3 feet to the width of that opening, and we're still making proposed changes to the wall. You know, part of this, you know, we're not trying to infringe either upon the house. You know, we're not connecting the garage directly to the house. There is a separation between the two. There's a courtyard space between the two. So we're not trying to destroy, or we're wanting to avoid destroying or over impacting the view on the house. But we feel like we're already achieving that given the way that we've separated them. That's my feedback.
Excuse me. Would you indicate to us again what the width of the proposed opening is?
The proposed new driveway width would be 12 feet wide for a single car.
Okay, 12 feet. Okay, thank you. And let us hear from Member Guida.
Can we bring page 46 onto the screen?
Would you get page 46? Thank you.
I think there's a good point here about, what's being proposed. And certainly it shouldn't be the case that we're redesigning the project here at the board. So I just want to be careful about what we're recommending. If we look at this diagram, we say, oh, well, we prefer this massing for the site, and it doesn't require 2 wall openings. It might require a widened one, but there's a limit to that, as the applicant brought up. I suppose another option could be simply filling in between those 2 pilasters where the current driveway opening is and shifting it to the north, and having, a carport of sorts between the 2 buildings, and recovering some front yard. I suppose that's another option. I guess I want to be careful about what the board is really after here. Are we after maintaining the integrity of this wall? And what is that integrity? Is it that as much of it exists as possible and therefore 2 openings is wrong? Is it that it stays exactly the way it is and doesn't change? Or is it that the existing opening is the maximum opening that we would allow and it can just shift and have 1 opening instead of 2? I think I want to be clear about that part. The other part I want to be clear about too is the nature of the design of the addition to the house. And so, this, for any homeowner, this is a potential hardship in terms of development. It's a weird shaped lot. The original garage and driveway are placed at the pinch point right in the middle of the site, and the house is shoved to the back. And so there are very few opportunities, especially after facades were designated, to add on to this house. And I guess, the applicant could be here tonight, not with a proposal for a garage and 2 curb cuts for driveways, but for an addition that's almost the size of the original house, because the lot would allow that. And our rules would allow that too, because that volume, even if it filled up that whole space of the carport and the garage, would meet the letter of the law. So I just want to be really careful about what we're arguing for here. And it may be more than one thing, but on the wall, what exactly are we talking about in terms of the integrity of the wall? And on the addition, what are we asking the applicant to do in terms of differentiating the massing of the new part of the building from the existing? Those are the 2 big questions for me.
Thank you, Anthony, for bringing those up. Those are things to ponder about. Interesting comments. Thank you for doing that. Member Beachside.
Thank you. Yes, no, thank you. Thank you for your comments, Anthony. That's helpful to think about. And I'm going to set aside the wall for a second. I just wanted to ask the applicant if maybe, I think one thing, actually moving the garage closer to the house is consistent with the original configuration of the house that had a garage attached, right? So that kind of actually, in thinking about it, makes sense to me as well. The styling of the garage is confusing to me because it almost looks like another entrance and more like a guest house from the street facing facade, the east. And I wondered if you could just speak to what the design goal there is. I assume it's just a garage, not a guest house, but it's sort of designed to look more like a house.
Thank you, Member Beachside. That is an interesting point. That when I look at it, that went through my mind as well. So can you address that, Mr. Mathey? Is this going to be strictly a garage, or tell us why you designed it in this manner?
Well, architecturally, it started off as just a box. And honestly, it just looked like a garage stuck at the end of the site. We felt like by offsetting the masses a little bit and configuring it the way we have done, that it related better architecturally to what we have, what we have as a house, and didn't just tack on a box. And so we wanted to have the garage have a little bit of character to it. The way it's designed, it could certainly be converted into a casita in the future. That is not part of what the client wants to do initially or at any point that she sees in owning this. But as an architect, I like to think about how space gets used over time. This to be converted into a casita in the future, I think it could be done. It would meet all of the land use requirements. And so we've tried to design it with the thought in mind that it's a garage, but it could be, it doesn't look just like a garage, and that we give future users the ability to use it in a way, that's a broader spectrum.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for public comment at this time. So let me see if anybody on the panel from the public wishes to comment in reference to this particular case. Anyone from the public wishing to comment on this case? If so, raise your hand. We have John Eddy. John, you have been sworn in and you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can only respond with my initial kind of gut response when I saw the elevations of the addition of the wall joining the new garage, etc., and the portal being added in there. And my gut feeling was, my God, it's really demanding space there. It's a very demanding and imposing massing where there was none before on that street. That street has a character devoid of houses with demanding massing. And I hope that's understood. So I have a hard time with seeing that massing happening in that property. And I understand the reasons why they want to go that way. I also think that affecting that wall is very problematic, and putting another aperture or curb cut in that wall is very problematic. So at the root of all of this, all I can say is, I really appreciate the discussion. It's been very, very thoughtful. Everybody's input has been good. To me, the bottom line is, it's kind of, how do you do the least harm here? And how do you least harm the extent, character, and integrity of that property? I think that's at the root of, or should be at the root of, your decision making. What can you allow here that will not end up degrading the status of that property? Because I sense that a lot of what's being asked here is going to lead to the potential degrading of the status of that property. And that's the other thing that worries me here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy. Anyone else wishing to comment from the public? I don't see anybody else's hand raised. I will go back to board members. Member Katz.
Yeah, I think that Member Guida was wise in pointing out that one way of, there wants to be a different wall opening. Either what they've proposed or any other alternative seems to call for a different wall opening. And if you move the wall opening from sort of directly in front of the current garage, close that up, opened it up on the north side, then you could have access to the garage on the north end, and you could also pull two cars facing north-south parallel in front of the current garage. And so you'd have that parking place. It would all be very simple. To me, the real decision for the board is whether the proposal does too much damage to the nature of the house now. And I think I look for discussion from the board. I mean, if the board feels that way, that keeping sort of the historical view of that house and how it relates to the whole neighborhood is important, is more important than, I mean, we're talking about an exception for changing the wall in any case. And I think that's sort of like the first decision that we should talk about. And if people are comfortable with the design and not upset that it distracts from the current historic style and feeling of the house, then that calls for a different result than what I was suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Katz. Daniel? Daniel, did you have something to say?
Thank you. Yes, Chair Rios. I just wanted to draw the board's attention to the exception criteria. The board did make the wall contributing, and the question that the board has often had to work with, and again today, is what constitutes hardship. We had a case earlier this year where there was a lot of discussion about a person who was almost blind and almost was not been granted the exception for hardship. And here we're talking the hardship criteria have been mentioned, but I think that the board does create precedents with their definitions of hardship through their decisions. I just wanted to draw the attention of the board to that regarding this wall. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mate, I have another question in reference to the design of the garage. Am I seeing a door there and an eyebrow over the door?
No, there's no eyebrow over the door. I'm not
Okay, can you
sure.
bring up that elevation? It's that aerial view that shows the garage. And also you have a lot of skylights proposed. I'm going to take it that those are all low profile.
Yes,
They're not.
they will not be above the parapet at all.
Thank you. Can you bring that up, Nicole or Sally? That elevation.
For it in the staff report. I'm not sure which one you're asking about.
Okay, the aerial view of the existing and the proposed.
I think I have it. Hang on. It's my screen isn't sharing quite as I would expect it to. So please, one moment. Can you see that?
Yes, but that is not the entire, right here, see?
Right here.
Right there.
Yep.
It's a door and a little eyebrow. That's all, that's to the garage, correct? Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's not really anything over the door except a little awning, like a small portal roof, just to keep the weather off the door. It's not an eyebrow or anything curved. It's just a short little roof over the door.
Okay, what is the dimension of that?
about 20 inches deep and 4 feet wide.
Oh, okay. And what's the material?
That would be wood with a built-up roof on top, like the rest of the house. Just like a portal, you know, just very small.
Okay.
Keep the weather off the door.
Okay. Daniel, you have your hand up. Did you have something further?
No, sorry, I just didn't put it down.
Okay. So, yes, sir.
I'd like to, if you give me 1 second, Mr. Eddy, who spoke a couple minutes ago, had concerns about creating too much of a dominating mass. We appreciate that concern. I'd like to point out the garage height is not as tall as the massing of the house. So, you know, the house is definitely taller than the garage. And also one of the letters of support we got from the neighbors said they're going to be very happy to have something built on what looks like a vacant lot. This is, you know, that's an area, the only area on the street where it just looks like something, it looks like a vacant lot. And so, you know, there are people who like maybe a sense of openness, and there are people who are happy to see something go in there. And one of those was the neighbors. They're very happy with this, and they like the arrangement that we've got of the garage and the house, and feel like, you know, it fits the neighborhood, and they live there. So I just felt like I wanted to address a couple of the comments that he had brought up.
Okay, thank you. Can you indicate to us the square footage of the garage, of the new garage?
The existing garage?
No, the new garage.
The new garage is 445 square feet.
And again, the height.
I believe it's 11 feet, but let me check.
Okay. So, and while you're checking that, Member Katz had a suggestion for us to discuss the wall again, and I think that I've heard different points of view, actually.
It wasn't the wall, it was the moving the garage further north so that the house is more like it is now, separate from the garage.
Okay, so move the garage further north. So between the old garage and what the new garage is, and in that open space, you would move that further north. Is that correct,
The
Member Katz?
proposal on page 46 is what I'm referring to. It, you know, and this does exactly what you were saying. It makes it look not like an empty lot. I mean, I don't understand why the comment that you, and I understand what the neighbors were saying, that it does kind of look a little empty, but you put the garage in the north end, it's not going to look empty. So that resolves that problem equally well. It doesn't resolve other problems equally well, perhaps, but it resolves that problem.
May I hear from other board members in reference to this suggestion of moving the garage further north?
Can I ask a question? I don't quite follow. Are you talking about moving the proposed garage where we want to have it, push it further to the north?
Page 46.
I'm sorry, what's that? Page 46?
46.
Yeah, but he's asking, Frank, if that's correct.
Yes, that's correct, obviously.
Right, yeah.
But, right. Well, on page 46, I can't move the garage any further north. It's already at the setback.
That's further north than what you're proposing.
Yes, sir. This proposal was on here, this design option A was presented to show the difficulties that we would have without the secondary driveway opening. And so,
have we not solved that by just moving the opening to the north?
Oh, moving the opening. I'm sorry, sir. I misunderstood you. That was our original intention, was to just put the whole driveway opening towards the north end of the property and fill in the existing driveway opening. However, after reviewing that with staff and in light of the contributing status of the wall, we decided maybe it was better to just leave the existing opening as it was and put in a second opening, 50 feet further away. This lot is, as Mr. Guido pointed out, very long and has a very unusual shape to it. Otherwise we could be looking at maybe some different siding configurations, but either a new garage either has to be attached to the existing building, which we feel would detract greatly from the aesthetics of the existing structure. So, I didn't present an option on that because we don't find that's even practical.
As you heard me say, I thought it was really a bad idea, and I want it further away from the house. So don't raise, that doesn't resolve it.
No, I just wanted to express, we looked at all these options, and it was either attach it, move it over about 15 feet, or shove it all the way over to the north end to get proper access. And the alternative that we're proposing, we feel like, is the best balance. The existing wall is, although Daniel and the staff have pointed out, the existing yard wall has a strong symmetry about it. It also doesn't, in the sense that if you're standing in the street and you look at the yard wall, it steps up about 8 inches on the left side and almost 2 feet on the right side. It doesn't look balanced in my view at all. I see where they're going with it, but I would have done it differently. But that, the thing is, we're trying to maintain the character of that wall, and we're trying to create something that is of a practical siting and relationship between those structures. And that's how we feel like, we've achieved that with the proposed design.
Madam Chair, I feel I'm belaboring this. I'm not very satisfied with the answers I get from the applicant that, oh, the wall is sacrosanct, but we're going to knock out the big tall portion of it anyway, rather than just move the opening a little bit. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, as being more preservative of the wall. I mean, I understand that. But if you all think that I'm nuts to want further or greater separation between the proposed garage, their option A and I guess option B. Option B is what they prefer. Option A is what I think, with moving the opening in the wall to the north. If that doesn't make any difference to you all, I'll shut up and go away, and that's fine. And I understand why people would like it better the other way. I appreciate the idea of the nicer courtyard, and it looks more like a whole thing. I think it less preserves the house, but that's something that I think I'd like to hear from other board members on.
I would too. Member Guida?
Frank, I'm very much leaning in the direction that you're heading. I think I want to be clear about the reasons for it. Undoubtedly, the most elegant solution that would preserve the symmetry of a wall that rises at both ends, that seems a more natural fit for the property and for a historic home, would be to move the new part away from it to preserve its integrity and preserve the massing of the wall. And the board would have to, justify the moving of that opening and approve exception criteria for that small change. But I think you're absolutely correct. It's the kind of least harm option on this. If we approach it from the integrity of the wall scenario, I think that's the way in. Otherwise, the only thing I struggle with is that this house is not, an architectural monument. It's a contributing house. We've declared some facades primary, but the ability to glom something onto that house on that side, whether it's doing its harm or not, is not a big deal. My strong preference, nevertheless, would be, as looking at the property as a whole, would be to kind of move the opening over one bay and push the garage to the north. Who wants to go next? Jennifer?
I'm sorry, I was waiting for Cecilia. Can I
I think
go?
she stepped away.
I said, Nicole, go ahead.
You're muted.
Sorry, Cecilia just called. She's had a computer problem, but she's coming back on as soon as her computer will let her. So.
Okay,
Wait, can I go ahead?
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think my approach to the wall is that I do think it's a defining feature of the streetscape and this curve, and I would prefer that we find a path to do the least amount of renovation to that wall. I think it's important. It's an important feature. I don't know that the openings can't be adjusted, but I think the effort should be really to make a minimal change. With respect to the house, I agree we designated primary facades. None of those are being affected by the change proposed. But I think that just the proposal in general seems to, in my opinion, change the focus of the house and sort of confuse the entry for me. Like, I think it has to do with the fact that the yard wall connects the detached garage such that it doesn't appear detached. And the addition of the portal on the existing garage and the addition of the door on the new garage sort of seem like new entries, and that original entry gets a little bit lost. And the addition just starts to appear as a very almost equally long facade on this house. So in my view, it sort of detracts from what was the focus of the house. And I guess maybe just the number of openings and windows and doors and gates just kind of makes it seem busier than the house used to be. It is a quite simple house. That's just my general sense of the design. But I agree that we're not violating any rules. We haven't changed any primary facades, and from that perspective, I don't have any specific suggestions to make it better. I think it's just a design that sort of, in general, detracts from what was special about the house to begin with.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any idea when Cecilia will be back? Because we need her.
Yeah, we don't have a quorum present, so. Yeah, I think we don't have a quorum, so. I don't know.
She just said that her computer shut down, said it needed to do something, and not an update, but that there were errors and she was going to restart it.
Can Cecilia call in?
I could ask her to call in. Give me one moment.
Well, kind of while we're waiting on this, I mean, I guess I'll just point out, it's like, you know, we'd be allowed to add on to this house and connect directly to the garage and do all kinds of stuff, expanding the house. And we'd be allowed to do that. And essentially that would dramatically change the view of the house from something that is simple and, you know, hasn't really changed much. It could change quite dramatically, and we'd be allowed to do that. What we're proposing is already separating those structures. And, you know, I mean, it's kind of hard to picture just from drawings, but I feel like we're already pulled back from what we're allowed to do. And, you know, a 15-foot separation versus 20 feet versus 40-foot separation between the house and the garage. I just don't see any mandates for that kind of separation in any of the historic requirements or land use guidelines. To me, it becomes very subjective, and it's not, and a lot of these issues that we deal with are subjective, and it's tough to boil this down into what's right or wrong or fits the rule, you know. And a lot of it is yeah, how you feel about something. But in terms of the rules, you know, we're so inside the rules by what we're proposing here, with the exception of changing the yard wall, which is already also being discussed. I mean, we'd be very open to filling in that existing opening and moving the whole opening over. I mean, that could work as well. The reason we didn't propose that was, to me, that's another big change on that yard wall. And then it becomes an argument, well, is it different now because the opening is moved over one bay? Does that create a whole different streetscape? I mean, we're back into that same argument as to what the impact on the street aesthetics are. So I appreciate that. I don't see that there's a way to really make things work without doing some kind of change to the yard wall. But again, you know, we're trying to be way within the balance of what we'd be allowed to do. I mean, we could come in and add on to this quite a bit and tack onto it in a way that would make the existing house look much longer and much bigger, and we'd be entitled to that. And
may I respond to that?
Pardon me?
Nicole, you have report on Cecilia?
Yeah, she's going to call in, so she should be on soon. But I also wanted to say, you know, just as kind of a general point, is that the H code is an overlay, and it overlays underlying zoning. And so you can comply with underlying zoning, but not necessarily meet the standards in either style or preservation of a property. So even adding on to the house in some substantial way is regulated by the H section of the code. You can't go more than 50% of the original footprint. And so I think that it's important to really kind of narrow the focus from these other aspects of compliance with the zoning code and focus on kind of the historic issues and where that might be a challenge.
And even with the historic issues, I mean, one of the standards is that the proposed addition on a contributing house not jeopardize its contributing status. And when you say, oh, we could just add on to the existing house and attach it to it, well, no, you can't just do that. It would come before the board, and the board would have to decide kind of the same issue that I've been pushing here, which is that what you're proposing really can't detract from the contributing building. And so, you know, there are these limits, and I know that it's very frustrating, and I know that there is a level of subjectivity to this that makes it very hard for all of us. But, you know, that's our job, is to say, does this detract from the contributing status of the house. So I thought that Cecilia was back.
She was, and then I don't know what happened. Let's see.
Yeah, I saw her in the attendees and I moved her over and then she disappeared. I don't think I kicked her out.
She's a nice lady. Don't kick her
I
out.
know. No, there was someone labeled Cecilia. There was also a phone and I allowed both to speak.
Here, let me text her.
This is the problem with the bare quorum
Yes.
and the Zoom platform. It's a dangerous combination.
The Zoom is challenging.
Zoom is letting us have longer than 40-minute Zoom conferences over Thanksgiving, so we could all our family and talk on them on Zoom all day, just what we would love to do after we get to do these meetings.
Pass the turkey, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry we lost her. I feel like we've been doing really good with our technology, and then all of a sudden tonight it's been less than ideal. Oh, I see.
There she is.
I see one chair.
There she is.
Connecting.
Okay, wow, sorry. Is the meeting finished?
Yeah, we're finished. Have a nice evening.
Rios, we had no quorum. We had no action items. We had a little bit of further debate about information that you are already aware of with regard to what we're trying to accomplish with this proposal and the preservation and design standards that we're viewing this through. So I don't think you missed anything critical. We will need you to vote to actually move on this case. So.
Okay, and my problem is now that I'm on this, I don't, hold on. I need to look at something that's down here. Oh, this participants. Okay. Hang on, can I move this?
No, you want it?
No, okay.
You want it, look.
Whenever you're ready, Cecilia, I would like to make a motion.
Okay, hold on, two little smidgens.
No problem.
No, I need to look at the participants, that little thing that we had. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, you guys are gonna have to bear with me. Now I'm on something else. Okay, I will entertain a motion at this time.
Yes, I would like to make a motion in case number 2020-002483 at 524 Calle Corvo. I would move to grant the application with design option A. And further, on the condition that the opening to the driveway that currently exists, which that it be moved over to the north, the amount of the opening of the driveway, and that where the current driveway is be closed up so that from the street, the wall looks the same generally, but the opening is just moved a little bit, but the same amount is open and closed.
Anything further, Member Katz?
No.
Is there a second to this motion?
I have a clarification question, if that's allowed.
Yes, clarification?
Member Katz, does your motion include relocating the garage?
Yes, that's design option A.
Okay.
It's the garage to as far north as it can go.
Okay. I will second this motion.
Who seconded the motion?
Guida, sorry.
Okay. Member Guida seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Discussion first.
All right.
Sorry.
This,
Okay, I'm sorry. Start with the roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Cecilia, there's a request for further discussion before the vote. I believe Member Beachside wanted to weigh in and perhaps the case planner.
Okay. Member Beachside, you have the floor.
Thank you. I don't feel like we can vote on this motion without seeing revised drawings. Because I think if this were to pass, that the garage design and perhaps the existing garage design would be altered, and I would prefer to see the revised facade or elevation that's facing the street before voting on it. So perhaps the motion could be amended to include revised drawings and a resubmittal.
Are you indicating a postponement, or are you just indicating revised drawings?
Yeah, I don't really see how we can approve it without seeing the revised drawings. So I guess that's a postponement.
So you're proposing a friendly amendment to basically agree that the garage should be moved to the north, that the opening should be generally as I described. There are other ways you could do it. You could do half of what's there now and half of an addition, so it's just move less to the north, but that it be postponed for revised drawings according to that.
Right, exactly. And in addition to the wall, the revisions to the buildings that might result from that.
Right. They didn't exactly complete the design of option A, and you're suggesting that that should be done, which of course is totally correct.
Yes, that's what yes.
May I make a request or just a comment?
Didn't he?
Would it be possible to approve the house, essentially the house and existing garage remodel, and postpone the yard wall and garage approvals? And then that way we're, because even if we move the other stuff, I don't see that we would change the house design per se.
Yes.
And that would let us proceed ahead, at least with some plans and permitting even on that while we get this other straightened out.
Okay.
That is an option, and I would ask Member Katz to restate his motion.
My motion is.
I don't know if you wanted to hear from Daniel. He is wanting to.
Oh, sorry, Daniel, did you have something?
Yeah, thank you. Just to support the discussion, the board could move to approve items 1 through 4 and require a resubmission for the remaining items, and possibly the exception criteria might need to be revisited.
Okay. So based on that, would you restate your motion, Member Katz?
Yes, I would move to approve the application as to items 1 through 4. I would move to have the applicant resubmit on items 5 through 8 with the plan following the design option A.
Okay, is there a second to this motion?
I'll second that, and I would just note that the exception criteria have not been met at this time for item 7.
Would you agree with that, Member Katz?
Well, I wouldn't make any, I mean, we're not approving or disapproving a change to the wall at this point. We're suggesting that that could be part of it. We understand that it may not be. But
okay, oof, I'm back.
You're here twice.
Okay,
I hate to be over uptight about the procedure, but I want to just note there was a motion on the floor. I think it's clear enough that Member Katz intended to revise, withdraw, and sort of revise that motion, but I wanted to make sure that was all right with the original second, because Member Guida had seconded that first
Oh,
motion.
I'm sorry. Member Guida. Okay, who is seconding this motion?
I want to
Sorry.
make sure we've got a clean motion on
Right,
the
and
table.
sorry for the confusion. Sorry, and I'm back, and I was discombobulated there. So who
Sally,
is
it is all right with me.
Okay.
So are we indicating that Member Guida is the seconder as
I
opposed-
mean, unless we're fully withdrawing and starting over, and I'll leave that to the maker of the motion. But, I just want to clarify, my understanding of the motion is to approve items 1 through 4 and to postpone items 5 through, I think there's 8 altogether, with a request to redesign in line with that design option A that was set forth on page 46. Anything else you want to add, but.
And come back to the board with the proposal, and that we understand that that may require an exception, and we would then determine whether the exception criteria are met.
I think that's well stated, and I think that that's what was the original plan.
And that's acceptable to me, and I will indeed second that again.
Okay,
Thank
and
you.
Melissa, you have that clear, yeah?
Yes, nice and clear.
Thank you. Clear as mud. Okay, thank you very much.
Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Chair Rios.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Mr. Mate, and we'll see you next time.
Okay, thank you very much. A good
Yeah.
Thanksgiving to you all.
Yeah,
Take care.
thank you. Next case is 2020-00-2758, located at 312 Catherine Street. And this is a non-contributing building. And Angela, may we hear your report, please?
Certainly. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we have Kaya Corvo still up.
Hi. This is 312 Catherine Street. This is our
Okay.
next place. 312 Catherine Street is a single-story, approximately 960 square feet, southwestern vernacular office building, non-contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. Built between 1935 and 37, it has undergone substantial alterations that include enclosing the front porch. There is a detached storage shed located to the south of the main structure. The applicant proposes to add on to the south elevation, connecting it to the existing storage shed on the south end of the lot, and add a second story. I'll pause for a moment to scroll through more pictures so that you all are oriented. That is the west facade of the main house. And it's at the corner of Catherine and Jefferson Street. Carlos Gilbert Elementary is off to the left. And this is where a residential zone abuts the business capital district zone. So you can see the main original house and then the small storage to the back, to the rear. And that's further behind the house. The applicant proposes to add on to the south elevation, connecting it to the existing storage shed on the south end, and add a second story. Maybe we could go to a elevation at this point. Yeah, I'd like to start there. Total square footage of the ground floor addition is 629 square feet. The second story addition is 387 square feet. The addition is set back from the front facade 34 feet 6 inches. The proposed addition steps up to 19 feet. The two masses would read as separate facades on the north elevation of the addition versus one planed facade. So on the proposed north elevation, which is right below the existing, shows the change that we're talking about today, is that additional mass on the second floor. If we could go to the floor plan, that would be helpful. Okay. The applicant requests an exception to the maximum allowable height for the second floor. Heights of the existing office are 12 feet 6 inches on the south and 11 feet 8 inches at Catherine Street. The proposed height of the second story is 19 feet from grade to top of parapet. The maximum allowable height in this streetscape is 15 feet. The applicant therefore requests 4 feet of additional height above the allowable height. The addition will be styled the same as the existing building, which is characterized by a flat roof and is wall dominated. New windows match existing in our wood turquoise metal-clad true divided lights. Two smaller 2 feet by 3 feet fixed windows will be simulated divided light. The addition will feature exposed stained wood lintels. Proposed doors will be 6-panel true divided light panels. Wood will be stained to match the existing door on the north facade, also turquoise. Stucco will be cementitious to match the existing building. Elraised buckskin in a sand finish. Staff finds that the applicant has adequately addressed 5 of the 6 exception criteria and defers to the board for its final determination in considering this application. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with the general design standards for all historic districts and the downtown and east side historic district standards. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Angela. Which is the, can you address the criteria that you were, that you felt the applicant may not have totally addressed?
Yes, Chair Rios. Of the 6 criteria, I would say that it's number number
2.
I want to say 2. You'll bear with me. Oh, it's probably the hardship. Number 2. Okay. I would like to read you my response.
Okay, please do.
Staff recognizes the desire of the applicants to work together and supports the location of a downtown serving business and services. However, it may not constitute a hardship to the applicant or a requirement to avoid injury to the public welfare.
Okay. Thank
Chair
you.
Rios, I apologize for interrupting, but I think we didn't state on the record that member Bienvenu is still recused
yes.
for this case as well. So I just want to make sure. For the
Yeah,
record
thank you
that
for
that's
bringing that up. Member Benvenu, let the record show that he recused himself from this case. Thank you, Sally.
no problem. He's been gone for a while, so I just thought I better make sure.
Yeah. Angela, would you describe the neighborhood in terms of 1-story and 2nd stories?
Chair Rios, I'd be happy to. As I said, this is on a neighborhood street that abuts a business and office and commercial area district, the business capital district. The houses located along Catron Street on the same side as this structure are all 1-story, non-contributing with some contributing structures. The height allowance maximum is 15 feet because it takes into account predominantly those neighborhood structures, those homes on Catron, and Jefferson does not have very many homes facing the street. And the height for the Carlos Gilbert School across the street, John Gamin building, is not, as you know, or maybe you all understand, that it's not part of the calculation because it's an institutional building. So it's varied with respect to heights and with respect to alterations and differences. This house is at the corner of Catron and Jefferson, like I said, right on that line. It's across the street from institutional and office and commercial buildings. And I believe that sums it up in terms of the heights in relation to this house around.
Okay, and the proposal is, I heard 387 square feet, is that correct? The 2nd story.
The 2nd story.
Yeah.
The total square footage of the 2nd story is 387 square feet.
Right, okay. Member Katz, thank you, Angela.
Yeah, I'm also following your question, Madam Chair. Although there are a mix of buildings, a lot of commercial stuff nearby, they're all one story too, aren't they?
Member Katz,
The the deli.
I'm just gonna name, yeah, the bagel, New York New York Belly, the New York Deli, and is pretty far across the street, and it's single story. The Bumblebees is on the corner. The old Taco Bell is a single story. I believe it was an old Allsup's, which is our UPS or whatever, is single story. And the office building on the corner of Katrin down to at the corner of Katrin and Guadalupe is a 2-story office structure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Board members, any other questions at this time? It appears not. Would you swear in the applicant? I believe it's Wayne Lloyd.
Yes. Mr. Lloyd, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Wayne Lloyd, 321 West San Francisco Street, Suite A.
Thank you, Wayne. Hope you're doing well. Under
And you?
circumstances. What do you have to tell us? Anything further than what Angela just told us on her report?
I would like to add that the reason we're doing 2 stories is not because we want so much a 2-story building as we need to comply with other parts of the city of Santa Fe's ordinances. One of those is that this building requires 6 parking spaces. And if I don't do 2 stories, I can't get 6 parking spaces. So the hardship is that we can't have the space they need to have and comply with other pieces of the ordinance to do this. The other, I guess, less of a hardship is that there's very few dental offices in town. So this young couple, John and Jessica Plaza, have moved here already from Denver. They're both dentists. They bought, this is a dentist office now, so they found an office that they could expand and keep a dental building downtown. I'm aware of several that have moved out of the downtown since I've been here. So it allows another dental office to be downtown, and it allows us to comply to all the ordinances by putting this one room upstairs. So the first floor plan adds 3 operatory chairs to their dentist office. And since they're 2 dentists taking over Dr. Odie's business, they need more space. They also need at least one room where they can have a break room and something that's not strictly medical use. So they need a little break room, a kitchenette. And the only place to put that was to go up. So yes, the height average is 15 feet. I seem to recall when I dealt a lot with David Rash that you actually had discretion over another 2 feet, but I could be wrong about that without the exception. But we've applied for the exception nonetheless, and we're at 19 feet. We initially turned it in at 22 feet, but realized we can actually get the 2 floors within 22 feet. Angela, we have a drawing submitted that shows the sight lines from Katrin Street. If you're on Katrin Street, how much of this you actually see. Do you have that?
In the packet?
I don't believe I wasn't provided electronically, so it's not in the slides.
Yeah, it was part of what we went through when we reviewed your stuff.
Well, let's go through what we have here. I think you're referring to something Sheb gave me. He
I
brought it
believe
to me, a hard copy, and I believe I put it in your packets.
Sheb is
believe
trying
it's
to get
page-
on, but he doesn't seem to be able to get on. I'm not sure
Oh, darn.
if there's anything you can do to, can you ask them to get me
I think
on?
Sally might have the answer.
Okay, I have two questions. I believe I have the requested page 27 of the staff report, which I could share.
Yeah.
But did you say, Mr. Lade, you're trying to add someone? Is it by chance that Mr. Mirando, who's on the attendees list?
Yes.
Okay, I was meaning to ask about him, but I didn't want to interrupt. So I can allow him to speak, and if he would like to speak, he will need to be sworn in.
Yes, he should be sworn in.
Should I move him to the panel? He's part of your applicant team. I'm going to promote him to the panel. And then while he's coming over and perhaps being sworn in, I'm going to share this line of sight drawing on page
27. It's in your
Okay, who is
packet.
the person that we're speaking about that's going to be sworn in? Who is he?
Hi. He's my project manager on this.
Oh, okay, wait, thank you.
I have one comment to make just to clarify the 2 feet of height that Wayne was speaking about.
Mhm.
And so we have heights for all the buildings. They're averaged, based on what the code says is required. And in order to account for any error in what those heights might be, an additional 2 feet is always added to the average. And so that's where that 2 feet comes in. But it isn't about board discretion. If it's over whatever the average is plus the 2 feet for error, then that's when an exception is required.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Right. So thank you, Nicole. I thought there was some history of being able to go 2 feet above that. So if that's the case, our exception is really asking for 2 feet, not 4 feet. But we've requested the exception. This person is standing on Catron Street, looking towards the front of the building. The addition is being done on the south side of the building or the back of the building. And that's how much on Catron Street, you can't see it at all on the south side of Catron. On the north side of Catron, which is the person across the street, could see the top approximately 24 to 30 inches.
Okay, thank you.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I guess I need to be sworn in.
Yes. Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Guru Sheb Mirando, Sheb Mirando, you heard earlier. My address is 1301 Declavina Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Mr. Mirando, good evening. Did you have any particular comments at this point?
Myself and Wayne were more going to handle the case as a team, so not exactly that I'd just take it from here, but we did want to bring up just that it seemed that we were very sensitive to Catron Street, and we wanted to limit the addition's impact on Catron Street as much as we could. And we felt that because of the sight lines, the added second floor did not present any dominant mass on Catron Street, and that Jefferson was a much different animal and had much higher heights the way down it, and as well as fences and unscreened parking lots. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's see where the board members are in terms of questions for either one of you. Board members, do you have any specific questions or comments at this time? Member Katz.
I was just looking for clarification on the upstairs, the second story. It seems, am I right, to consist of a break room, a staff room that has a toilet in it, and then it has a stairway that goes up.
Yes, that's correct.
And on the first floor below, sort of around where the stairway goes, is an office.
Yes, they have one administrative office person, and then we've added 3 what's called operatories in dental offices, but 3 chairs.
So that office can't work as a break room because it's an office for the administrative person, I assume.
I don't understand your question.
The office is a separate thing from the staff room upstairs.
Oh,
They
yes.
can't-
Yeah, there's a person there all the time as opposed to a break room and a kitchenette.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I have other comments, but they can come later. I just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
Sure.
Let me see if other board members have questions. I think they're thinking about it. So let me ask you this question, Angela. What is the greatest impact of the second story? What is it from where is it impacted the most?
Chair Rios, the greatest impact is from the Jefferson Street perspective, looking at the property towards the east, looking at the property. The parking lot, it's predominant. If we could go to some pictures again, go back to some pictures, I think it'd be helpful to speak from those. The slides that show the west elevation.
West elevation.
West elevation, yes. And so the addition, or the addition is linking the 2 existing single-story structures, and the second floor is on top of that. So if you go another slide, okay, right there. I would say, to answer your question, Chair Rios, the impact is on that streetscape in that it will fill in between those buildings, connecting them, and then there will be an upper story, a second story with the square footage that it is. And I do agree, it is set back from Katrin, and that's part of the rationale for my recommendation of approval, is that it is set back from Katrin Street. I think in a reasonable manner.
Okay, thank you for that. Member Guida.
Thank you. So this has come up in cases before that are in the downtown district, but also just in the kind of east side in general. I've said before that I'm strongly in favor of increasing density and accommodating density, whether that's additional living units or that is additional business and office space in the on the east side. And the idea that we have a mechanism to allow that to happen in the historic code is actually promising. I see what's before us, even though it's asking for an exception, as an extremely modest second story addition. I couldn't imagine one much smaller. But I think it's skillfully done, right? So the overall impression of the building is not that it's going to have, when you come around the back, a looming 2-story facade. That mass is broken up. In fact, if we looked at the elevations here, we could see that the overall reading of the volume is more like 1.5 stories. And so that's because Mr. Lloyd has raised the parapet on the lower part and lowered the top of it and lined up the second story windows with the parapet, and so it reads as not as massive as it could. But I guess I want to voice a positive note for accommodating change in a sensible way here. This is an office building, yes. It's extremely tiny. I don't think we can expect businesses to operate as they did in the 1930s. And if we're to look at this, I don't think what's being requested is that out of line. If we go up further on Catron to Griffith, we're into two-story territory again. Certainly the scale of the streets and what and the streetscapes that this building faces across two corners are far greater in scale. And so I see this as a kind of no-brainer approval for a height exception here. I see that the applicant is also kind of playing a game of inches to squeeze all this stuff into the property of the owners, and it's very skillfully done. And I think this is the least impact possible, while still kind of meeting all the other requirements that have to happen for an office.
Thank you for your comments, Member Guida. Let me see if there's other board members wishing to comment at this time. It appears not. I'm going to go to public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment?
Madam Chair, I don't see any hands.
No hands. I see that Mr. Eddy normally comments on many projects, but he did not raise his hand. Okay.
He's worn out.
I guess so. Member
As you all
Katz,
should be.
Member Katz, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have trouble with the constant sort of ignoring what's on the ground. I mean, virtually everything in that neighborhood, except the institutional building of the school, is one story. And what is being proposed is very visible from Catron Street. If you come down Guadalupe and turn left on Catron, you go by the deli, and then there's a parking lot. And right on the other side of that parking lot that you can see as you're driving up the street is Jefferson Street and the two-story addition. So to say that it's not one story, and to say that it's not visible is from Catron Street is entirely incorrect.
No, I would argue that point. We
Okay,
just showed you a sight line.
Excuse me, let's let Mr. Katz finish his comments. Go ahead, Frank.
I totally agree with Anthony that it's very important that we accommodate change downtown. I would not want to do anything that would prevent these folks from practicing together in that building downtown. That's great. My question is, how necessary is it to have the second story? Is there somebody else, someplace else to put it? I'm told no, because we have to have 6 parking places. But I can draw the staff room downstairs. In the picture you're looking at, it would be in front of the shed, and it would be in front of the corridor of the addition. And it would be of the same size. It would have all of the facilities they would need. It would not take up a single parking place. It would take up a very nice planter that you've put there. And I can understand that that would be attractive, but I think maybe less so than the second story. It would take up the bike parking, which I think could be managed someplace else. So you could have the exact same thing. Your office would now be bigger because you wouldn't have it taken up with a stairway going up around it. So you would have a much more substantial office there. And so you would have everything that you want, everything that you've asked for, all of the space without needing the exception.
Nicole, could we go to the site plan, please? Or Angela?
I wish I had control over this, but it's in.
Angela, anyone can share the screen.
I just realized that, Sally, we need to talk.
Okay, so Mr. Katz, where would you put this addition?
I would push it where on the.
Where we have 1 parking space, 1 and 2?
No, I would not. I would, where it says bike parking and where that planter to the south of parking place number 2 is, that would be the addition. You would lose the window on the west side of the existing building, which would be a room, a dental room. You could put one in on the east side. So you would have
Okay, we have a, Sheb, is it 10 feet or 15-foot setback on the south side?
I believe it's 15.
15? Okay,
Wait,
so
let me clarify that.
Mr. Katz, that whole space isn't available according to zoning. That existing building is an existing non-conforming structure.
Gotcha.
So we have to have a 15-foot setback there. So that's almost the depth of that parking space number 3. So we're left with maybe 150 square feet there.
So you would, so to do what I'm suggesting, you would lose parking place 2. Is that correct? If you took that
and probably 1.
No, you wouldn't lose 1. I don't think you would lose 1. I think it can be done quite easily. There is another place. I wish I could point to things. This is so hard.
Here, maybe, okay, so you're talking about this area here.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. That's and instead of putting it as close to, you'd have to move it north because of the setback.
Yes.
And that's not something for which we can probably get a variance, huh?
No, we actually had a very tough time getting the PZR approved because of that rear setback. And part of it is that it has to follow the undulating rear property line. So you can see very faintly a dashed line in the site plan that shows that 15-foot setback.
Can you
Yes, I see that.
outline that, Nicole? Yeah.
This is the
No.
property line.
Yes.
Yeah, go north.
Okay, here.
There's a very slight line at the north end of that tree that's there.
Oh, right
It's
here.
basic, yeah. No, it's
further north,
basically
right there.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And
Okay,
see how
so-
that follows
Yeah.
yeah, there you go. There you go. And yeah, I mean, that's part of the complexity of this site. I think other part of it is if you look at the existing site plan, it actually used to be broken up more than in property than it is now, where there is this pie shape to the west that was, I believe, city property, and then they were able to merge it as their property. I think the previous owner did that.
Yes, the
but
west property line paralleled the east
Yeah,
property line
but
coming off
it's-
the northwest corner.
It's probably why that existing building is sited as it is, and we could by rights propose something in that area, but it would make much more of a statement on the Catron Street, at least we thought. And we felt teching it back here was really the best compromise.
Yeah, so Frank, we could do a 1-story there, but we will not comply with our parking requirement.
Why couldn't you put a parking space on the north side of where you have the parking?
Well,
where-
look at the nice landscaping that's in there. Can we go to the photographs that are along that sidewalk? It's very aged and very well done.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
It
There.
is, yeah.
So yes, you're
And I-
right. We could tear that up.
Well, you wouldn't touch either of the trees. I see one bush that you would take up for a parking space parallel to the driveway, to the sidewalk, excuse me.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
just
certainly, yeah.
right parallel to the sidewalk on that side. I don't disagree with you
Yeah.
that I like it prettier with nothing there, but I sure like seeing the trees that are now going to be blocked by your second story.
They're going to be blocked by the first story as well.
The bottom of them will, but you'll still see the tree. You'll see the upper part of the trees.
You'll still see half of those. That room isn't that big. It's not as big as all of those trees are. Nowhere close.
Well, yeah, and I guess to me,
yes, it is. It actually would totally block those trees.
Yeah, pushing the parking out to Catron, though it only takes out a few bushes. I suppose I saw the main impact increasing the curb cut and bringing those cars closer to Catron Street.
You may not be understanding what I'm saying. Right now, you have the curb cut and you have the driveway. You drive in, you drive in and you just go right to the left, and there's a parking place there in front of the building. It doesn't go near Catron Street.
Oh.
Yeah, he's running parallel to the sidewalk, Sheb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Let me see what Member Guida has to say if you're done, Member Katz.
I am, thank you.
Member Guida?
Thank you. So I'm having a little trouble with this discussion just because, you know, what I'm seeing here is a very kind of sensitive infill that has the least impact on the site, has the smallest footprint, and doesn't impact the Catron streetscape in any significant way. And as to the discussion of, you know, the other visible angles, height is not scale. The overall measurement of the height of the building is a number. The experience of being on the ground, particularly at the street corner, is such that you have two very wide roadways, just a hop, skip, and a jump away from an extremely busy and wide roadway. And you're surrounded by an ocean of parking. I don't know that a small second-story addition in this location that makes sense internally, that we have a mechanism to accept, and that easily meets 5 of the six exception criteria, is a big deal in this location. In fact, I think it's the best use of the site footprint, and it points to a kind of responsible way of increasing density without creating a bigger footprint. This is a vast space, and that little second-story addition is not going to affect anything.
Thank you for your comments. I'd like to hear from Member Beachside. Member Beachside?
Thanks.
Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, no, when I first saw this proposal, I thought it made a lot of sense to fill in that space between two buildings. And I have to agree with Member Guida that I feel like the impact is minimal. We're not discussing a towering height exception, which has been our challenge on a lot of downtown properties. And the setbacks are thoughtfully done. So I think that the second story, just a one room, really is not such a big deal. And then considering the Jefferson streetscape, I don't see, I mean, this is the prettiest building on that street,
I would agree.
I always admired the landscaping here. So I'd hate to see that go. But yeah, I support the application as submitted. I think it's a really easy one for me to understand and support.
Thank you. Member Katz?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have my hand up.
Okay, Member Guida?
I do have just one small question / suggestion for Wayne. Do we get a little eyebrow or cover over that new door in the addition? Or
I think that makes a lot of sense, but I don't have one drawn.
Okay. I would like to see that just because it's a bit stark.
Yeah.
Agreed. It's not an entry door, it's an exit, but I agree that having a little stoop on that protects the door.
Sure.
And gives it some detail that I think that facade needs.
Sure, sure. And you know, I understand that the front porch the front entry is an infill and doesn't have a covering, but it would be good to do that on
Yeah, it used to be a portal.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why it's not contributing anymore is there's been 2 additions to that building.
Tiny ones, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
Thanks.
if there is no further discussion, no further comments, I will entertain a motion. Member Guida.
In case 2020-002-758 HDRB 312 Catron Street, I move that the board approve this application as submitted with the recommendation that a small eyebrow or shallow covering be added over the exit door on the addition. And those drawings could be updated with staff.
Each will second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
No.
Chair Rios?
Yes.
I believe we need 4 to pass the motion. Is that true, Sally?
No, Melissa, I'm pretty sure that the rules require a majority of the present quorum. The present quorum is 4 and the majority would be 3 out of 4. So I think we're good to go on this one, actually. Thank you for keeping an eye on it, though.
Sure, the motion has been approved.
I have 2 comments. You all deserve medals for what you go through on these meetings. And happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving to you as well. And I agree with you. Whoa.
Some of those items were very trying. So
how about staff? How about
you
staff?
You deserve
Planner
medals.
that I am.
Yeah, Angela, Daniel, Sally, all of you, everyone on staff, thank you very much.
Can I say
we all go
something?
through
Yes.
through a lot.
I would like to add to this one because this in particular it conjured up all of my urban planning principles on scale. And I would urge you, if you haven't read the applicant's 6 criteria and my responses, it speaks to a lot of what Anthony Guida brought up. And so I made a point of putting that in this for the reasons that you approved it here tonight. So.
Thank you. And maker of the motion, I think you needed to indicate that the criteria had been met. I don't think that I heard that.
I will say that I am satisfied that the exception criteria have been met.
And seconder, obviously you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
And Angela, thank you for the thorough job on those.
My pleasure.
Thank you all. Stay well.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thanks very much.
Do we have anything under discussion items?
Rios, we do not.
Nothing. Any matters from the board? It appears no one. Frank, did you have something?
Yes, enjoy your turkey, everyone.
Oh, that's for sure. And our next meeting is on December the 8th. And we are now adjourned. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you. And seriously, thank you everybody for all your hard work. Some of these cases are really involved, and I know it makes us think very hard on them, and it makes our heads spin as well. But I think that from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate all of you, because we're not a board that just rubber stamps things. I think we were a thinking board, and I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate each one of you. So thank you, staff, and thank you, board members. See you on December the 8th. Have a
John,
good
I'm sorry I forgot to bring you back, and I see that you're here. We didn't get very far. I see John is signed in here.
Oh, John.
I just wanted to recognize that he reappeared through no thanks to me. So I don't hear him, but I see him. Thank you all so much for your hard work.
Oh, Daniel, yeah, he's there. Well, I heard you. I hope you heard all the comments of thank yous to everyone and compliments. So it's different. It's not always easy, as you saw, as was evidenced this evening. Lots of cases that were like so. But anyway, I think that we're very thorough in our discussions, and I totally appreciate that you guys continue to do that. So thanks, and see you later.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey,
Bye.
missed you, John.
John, I'm
back.
sorry.
No
Hey, John.
problem. Thank you. I just wanted to
John.
say happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving, John.
Take
You
care.
missed a lot of action.
I know. I'll look forward to reading the findings.
It's all on YouTube. City of
I
Santa
know.
Fe 2 channel. So you can enjoy
I
this
know
all through your holiday weekend.
Okay, good night, everyone.